Thank you. British board. Thank you. Thank you.
It's such a long time last
How's
week pulling up like
London? British board, how's London?
pictures and text and all of my phone. Right? They found a video of her online.
British board, how's London? Daniel 44, hi. Daniel 44, hi.
Don't me and her gonna have to have work. Then he gonna have to send somebody 50 to that. Her friend. Her friend. Diddy Kong's friend. I love him. That's the first thing. I love him. So yo, I told Mama Combs, make sure your friend comes. So when she step like this, she got the high boots on like this. With the mink on, with the big YSL bag like this. Doesn't pass my screen like this. I'm like, hi. Oh my God. Let's do the ball. I love it. Happy birthday. I got my bump. It's too much bump. I bumped it. Look. Too much bump. Too much bump. You can't get that bump. I might get the charge I bumped it too much. They might put me in a bad building. They said you did it to that Asian lady with you, black man. Look, I done hit it with the bump too much. You gotta watch how you bump it in public for the bad building. He wanted to bump, but I took my time when I bumped that one. I said it wasn't me, reckless eyeballing. It wasn't.
Let's do the ball. Hey, man, you got her wired up, man. You got her.
She turned, but she got to take her time. She know I like older women. I like my women with salt and pepper head. She better get on with it.
Salt and pepper head. Oh, yeah,
you better get on with it. You know I don't like no spring chicken.
You got to put the money on.
Okay?
Tony Braxton.
I like a woman with gray hair, and if she dry, and if she diet, she can't try. If she eat in the diet, she can't try. Okay? O-O-T-A-O-A-D. Changed my life. I'm here. What's my choice right now? Looking for a case to do something bad. I say, and I'm not back. Believe in God. Everybody that believes in God, drop 7 in the chat. Believe in God. If you believe in the devil, drop your little 60 so we can know where you at. Hey, man. Shout out to everybody that believes in anything that they believe in, man. We're not judging nobody. Okay? The people that believe in God and the devil hate and hurt people. It doesn't matter. What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing today? That's all that matters, man. Everybody's supposed to fight for love today. Life is not all about taking, it's about giving. And it's all the same. You know what I mean? There's a lot that people do. You know what I mean? Love, man. It's all about that.
don't believe she just said that. So what press agency are you from? Are you just freelance? Oh, that's good. When are they supposed to come out? Oh, they're going in. Oh, the people are going in though. And it doesn't seem like it's not peaceful. I like your glasses, they're nice. You know where I can buy cigarettes around here? You know any 10-cent store or newsstand? Oh, towards City Hall? Okay. Oh, look at all these people buying it now. Press! Stop at the press before you go in! If you know what's good for you. Talk to you later. What's your name? Hi, Jordan. Nice to meet you.
develop what I call non-ticket skills.
All right, y'all.
I got to develop a
Going
strategy.
now.
So we have the functions that I deal with, right? Give you an example again. I always have to go
I
back
said I'm missing Mama
to a
Mia
job.
right now.
So you on a job,
And we don't want to
great,
miss
great,
Mama
great,
Mia.
great,
Let me
great,
start
great,
putting
great
my
work at
schedule
job.
on.
And one day, you go to work and the boss says, you know what?
I've had a long day where it's been normalized.
You're not making as much as you used to make. what? Exact way. Shot in the back multiple times. 21 years old. 21 years old. Now, the officer that shot him is a 47 years old German police officer with a history of violence. The officer that shot Lorenzo Hayes, a 41 years old man. The officer, 47 years old man, that has a bad record on the police force in Germany. Same thing in America, right? The officers in America that work in uniform, got bad records, but still in the police force and causing chaos. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. This officer has a bad record. A bad record. Bad record. Bad record. Still in the police force. Still serving. 27 years old. Shot Lorenzo twice in the back. So, the autopsy stated that not only was he shot twice in the back, he was also beaten. So not that the officer shot him twice to kill him. When they did a scan of his body, a scan, he was beaten so bad that his doctor checked the torso, his back, his hip were all broken. The autopsy found that Lorenzo was struck in the head, the back of the head, the torso, and the hip before he got shot in the head. So what I mean? It means that the officer beat this man bad enough to the extent that they kill him. Beat him bad enough and then kill him. Because what the autopsy said right here, it said the autopsy found out that Lorenzo Hayes was struck to the head. Struck to the head. So white officer struck this man in the head. The torso. And his name was broken. And then he got shot twice in the back. Now, this is Germany. This is Germany, right? So a lot of us watch social media news. You know, the news don't tell us what's going on, how the game is going on. You know what I mean? That is something that no one wants to know. That's something that probably never wants to know. But who would think that in Germany? I mean, I know for a fact in Germany, black people get killed. I know for a fact in every country that is not black-based, black people are getting killed. I know that for sure. That's a fact. You know what I mean? You may not know that in Germany, that the numbers of black getting shot every day in Germany has gone up. You would never know that. It has gone up just in the year itself. But you would never know. Because that part of the news is not being told. You know, a lot of us who travel, you know, as tourists go to this country, we are at the resort and having fun, and that's it. We don't know the overall scheme of things. So we go there, have fun and leave, and have this perception in mind that Germany is a good country. You go there, you know, you book a hotel, travel, eat good food, and then you leave with that perception. That's a good country. The same thing in America. You come in America, you travel, you go down to Manhattan, you travel around, you have a good time, and you leave. And you think that, you know, America is a good country. You know, anybody getting shot.
You understand? Got a lot of niggas down with that shit. You understand? Now want to tell on the niggas. Now want to flip the script. That's what they trying to do.
The numbers of black getting shot in Germany have gone up extensively. 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 And not only has the numbers gone up extensively, but the German police officers are being more racist. Not only has the number gone up, but they are racist. are the words that German soldiers used on the blacks in Germany. So, Lorenzo A, you would never hear that news. I mean, I'm in America, right? And that news have not been broadcast or in the news station. And I guarantee you guys in Germany haven't heard of Lorenzo A being shot in jail.
They turn their back on Diddy.
If you do,
I don't know if he's guilty or not.
then that's great. But if you do, that's great.
They turn their back on Diddy. You understand what I'm saying? And they participated in that.
All
But
right,
now
good.
they trying to get a deal.
All right, good. Yeah, I mean, we'll catch it over there, right? Yeah, I heard a big protest. I heard a big protest going on in Germany, okay? Yes, sir. See, I never want to go live here. Never want to go live.
I'm trying to get a way out. I'm trying to get a way out. That's what y'all want to do. Y'all trying to get a way out. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all can make a deal. That's what a rat nigga do. A rat nigga commit crime with a nigga. They stab me the bullet and they did
Yeah, you know, yes, I want to keep the conversation more or less in the space in here. But since I'm here, then I'm going to go ahead and elaborate. So the officer shot him twice in the back. But prior to being shot in the back, the officer beat him up. For the result, after the test result, that was discovered by the German officer that beat Lorenzo A. He beat him to the extent that all his bones were broken. So the officer beat him so bad that all his bones were broken before he shot him. It reminds me, I mean, this is Germany. It reminds me in America where we see white officers doing the same thing. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. If a black man is not being shot in jail, black man is not beaten. Black man is ill-treated. So it's the same concept I'm seeing here that happened to Lorenzo A. Same thing. It just sounded to me, it sounded like the officers here are in connection with the officer in Germany. Because the way he was beaten, that's how black men get killed in America. The way Lorenzo A. was beaten and killed, that's how black men are killed in America. Same exact killing. Same exact killing. So the same way that Lorenzo was killed in Germany, the same killing in America for black men, same thing. Same exact way. So it just reminds me, it says that the officers here and the officers there, they all kill black people the same exact way. Same exact way.
Baby, you know you're a celebrity with them high heels. Look at her. She don't want to wait. All the niggas is guilty.
So the
all the
result
niggas
came
know
back.
Diddy did that shit. But now they was all down with the motherfucking free call. Now G Gill and all them niggas was down with that. Y'all was spiking them bottles. I'm born and raised in Harlem.
Guys,
16. I know Diddy's father, Melvin. I know how everything went.
Then you realize that that wasn't his kind of shot.
No, I don't know nothing about that. I know they I don't know nothing about the vampires, but I know them niggas down together. And now he's trying to get his way out of that shit by telling everything so they can't lock him up. Because anticipation. If you don't stop a person from doing something, you just steal
Well, then,
no, I'm not saying none of that. I'm not saying none of that. I didn't say what I said. Don't put the words in my head.
he was struck in the head.
I don't know about his bad nigga, but I know if he come uptown in Harlem, he got
shot in
trouble.
jail.
He got trouble. Why would a nigga come down? You can be the bodyguard, come down, and then
For what experts are saying that he was already dead, but he'd been beaten by the police officer before the bullet even hit him. Alright? So, before the officer killed Lorenzo killing that's done is done the same exact way. The same exact way. Pastor Yola was shot for what? Was shot in the head. Pastor Yola in Michigan, Grand Falls, Michigan, was shot in the head. Lorenzo in Germany was shot in the head. Same exact thing. My white police officer. Same exact killing. Same exact. You know? It seems like the officers, you know, in this country here, we can pass tape to us. Or maybe, who knows? Maybe they say, you know what? They'll watch the tape. That is in New York. How did New York police officers get blessed? They'll watch the tape. Or maybe the New York police officers say they'll watch the tape in Germany. Let's see how they kill blacks. Because the killings are so similar. It's identical. You know, it's the same exact killing. Shoot a black man in the head. We see the man the head. We see the same exact thing. We see the exact thing in Germany. So I understand why you guys protest. I understand why you guys protest. Why we protest? We see the exact thing. I understand why you guys protest, right? You guys are protesting, right? Oh yeah, I will protest. Officer Flynn, now watch this. You know, whenever the black man is shot and killed, the officer always got a reason. Always got a justifiable reason. The same exact in Germany. Here's the German officer giving why he killed this black man. A German officer giving his reason why he killed this black man. In America, police officers got their own reasons why they discharge their arms against the black man. Same exact storyline. Same exact reason. Officer always got a reason why they killed a black man. I'm surprised to know in Germany, officer got reason why they shot this black man. They got their own reason. And for the research I done, and from what I read down here, are the same exact reason officer in New York City was in Minneapolis. Everywhere black folk get shot, or white police, always a reason. They always got a reason. I've never seen one officer that say I killed a black man, that's my fault. There's always a reason to justify that it was right. Same exactly in Germany. So you guys who protest in Germany, who protest? I think they may it's a reflection of what we go through here. You guys going through the same exact thing. In London, England, a black man was shot again in London. Now, I did a little bit more research here on Germany. I did a research as to how many blacks are killed in Germany in a year. I did a research. Now, why did I do a research? Why did I do a research to find out how many blacks are killed in Germany? Based on this protest that's going on right now in Germany. Based on the protest. In every year, the killing of blacks in Germany are going up. What? Going up. For the research I did, the killings of blacks are going up in Germany. Alright, so it went from 180 to 221. The numbers are going up. So it means that German officers are killing some blacks. Like we have in Britain. So I see why you got protesting. You know, and I understand the protest has a meaning behind it. It makes total sense. It makes complete sense. But the officer is giving a justifiable reason why he killed Lorenzo A. On justifiable reason. So officers give a justifiable reason to kill. We'll call it justified kill. I call it justified kill. That's how I term it. When an officer kill a black man intentionally, they say there's a reason behind it. I got a reason behind it. So the officers claim that Lorenzo A had a spray bottle. the video, there was no square body. So the officer killed this man for no reason. No reason. And that's the reason I always say you guys over and over again. Travel with camera. You see right here? I always travel with my camera. I always travel. I'm an artist. I always travel with my camera. I always do. I got a small portable camera in my pocket right here. Very small portable. See this right here? A portable camera right here. Always. This right here, don't lie. The video never lies. It never lies. This right here, never lies. Picture never lies. That's why I travel with my camera and my small camera. Always. Picture don't lie. Video never lies. You can say something and lie about it, but this right here, never lies. Never lies. That's why I always carry my camera with me. Never lies. This is evidence. If you don't know, this is evidence. I don't talk. I just record. I don't argue. I record. This is evidence. 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 I always keep my camera in my bag. And I tell every black individual what's American, anyone black in America, you need a camera. See right here? I'm telling you. Always. Always. You know why? Evidence. 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 George Floyd. George Floyd. Jerry Sharman was arrested and charged for this. Evidence. Video. Come on. Come on. You can't fight a system with no proof. You can't fight a legal system with no proof. You need this right here. I never travel with no camera. Always got camera. Even not just one, I got a portable camera in my pocket. Always. Always. For police, for anyone acting reckless, I record. That's me. I need evidence. I take pictures. I need evidence. And then I walk away. I don't argue. No. I record and I move on. If you want to do something else more than that, I got evidence. Because the evidence, the video is the evidence to show that yes, it happened at this time, in this place, with that individual. You can never win against police officers in any country. And I feel so bad for the family that their son is lost with no evidence. No evidence. No evidence. As a matter of fact, the officer turned on the body camera. The officer turned on the body camera. You know why I don't believe any word from the mouth of an officer? You know why I don't believe it? Because I've been doing this for so long. I've been doing this for so long. So long I've been doing this. I've heard storylines of officers that were far from the truth. Far from it. I've been doing this for so long. Literally for so long. I've been an officer probably all my life. For so long. I've heard excuses over excuses, no evidence, no evidence. And the same thing in Germany. Same exact thing in Germany. Officer killed a black man and falsified evidence. And then when video cameras show, no evidence.
I got beat for wet 400. Whack always got something to say about hard niggas. That's why he brought out the home.
So the black man was killed in Germany. He was just killed in Germany for no reason. No what? No freaking reason. Now, you guys know me, I always give you guys the facts on social justice. Always the facts. I don't skip the fight, I don't skim through things. I put it down. If I hear a police officer kill anybody, I do a research. That's what I do. I do a research because there's always a police. There's always a real truth. There's always something, there's always a true truth. One officer or the police and the real truth. And then the camera, and then the sources, the witnesses. So at the end of the day, you got 5 or 10 different proofs, and the officer's truth is far from the real truth. Far from the real truth. The officer said he killed this man in Germany, but he camera shows no spray bottle. All witnesses said there was no spray bottle. Officer killed the man. Same thing in America. Same exact thing here. Same exact thing here. That's what it is. It amazes me how our blacks across the globe are dying to see this that way. Dying to see this that way. Say again, are dying to see this that way. Across the globe. Within the countries that we go to on vacation. You know, a lot of us like to travel to Europe. France. You got help me out. London. Someone said Germany. Okay, Germany. Okay, Australia. New Zealand. I never been over there. Holland. Okay. But we know those countries though. Those countries are heavily. If you guys, all the countries you guys just point out to me, that killing rates on blacks is high. Real high. Not just in America though. I mean, America is just crazy now. I mean, police killers every day. I mean, at the end of the year in America, almost 1,000+ black people get shot and killed every day. That's normal. The least number in America at the end of the year is 1,000 people. Or plus. Every year in America, every year, 1,000+ blacks are killed by police. Every single year in America, every single year. Like Australia, you see New Zealand, London, England, the numbers are going up too. In Germany, the numbers are 221 every year. So next year, I'm going to do another research in Germany. Right now, the speak right now is 221 blacks get killed every year. In Holland, it's 180. 180. As I speak right now, 180 that get killed every year. So the numbers are going up. Now, you're wondering why the numbers are going up in this country, right? You got migrants or asylum that travel to this country to seek asylum based on their condition in the country. Most blacks in Germany are there for asylum. It could be a political asylum, it could be a refugee asylum, it could be so forth. They end up there, right? Most of the blacks in Germany, from what I did my research, are African. Most Africans are in Germany. Most blacks, get it right there. Most blacks in Germany, but Germany, yeah, I think yes, but Africa, right. What else? Okay, Nigeria, okay, good. That's right. Okay, so, all right, asylum. So, these countries open the door and allow these migrants or immigrants to go into Germany, right? Asylum.
I'm the Holy Ghost.
Asylum. That's correct. Now, okay. So the influx of blacks into Germany is based on refugee process, right? Great. All right, good. Okay, now, watch this here. All right,
that's good, black. That's good.
So you're saying that you're saying most blacks are getting killed in Italy. Yeah, I didn't know that. See? You said most blacks are getting killed in Italy. Yeah. If you know how many people travel to Italy, do you know how many people say there's more blacks getting killed than Indians. I'm not going to India. No, I'm not. I'm not going to India. Anywhere that blacks are getting killed more, I'm not going. So Italy, blacks are getting killed more in Italy. So basically we all agree that blacks are getting killed at a higher rate across the world. Every country that's not black, that's not so-called, quote-unquote, black country, more black than killed, right? Am I right? But Italy is not a black country. It's not in Africa, right? So it's not. Germany is not a black country, so it's not in Africa. Switzerland is not a black country, but it's not in Africa. No, I've never been to Russia. I never did a research on Russia. I never did one. No, I never done one. No, I never done one. Yeah. Okay, so at the end of the day, we all agree that every country that is not based in Africa, the killing of blacks are going up. We all agree, right? It's going up, right? It's going up. And the reason why it's going up is because these countries are opening their visas. These countries are opening immigration policies. It's an immigration process, right? Immigration. So immigration is coming in. So these countries are opening their borders to Africans, also blacks. Look. You have to go to court right now and go see Diddy. You know what? You have to go see Diddy right now.
Are we gonna get arrested?
Since arresting you, since I discovered that Lawrence got killed in Germany as an octopus. My thinking. Now I just gone global. I just literally did a research like I do in America, right? I mean, I had to do a research on Germany. And I did a research trying to get a stat. As a African black, I kill every year in Germany. Just once a year. 221, right? Every year. Every year, 221. Just this year alone. I don't know what next year it left from 180 to 241.
Y'all go right now.
Maybe next year it might go to 200. It might go up.
I know this dog looking stupid.
In America.
You know what I mean?
You guys be asking me in America. The bare minimum as blacks by police in America is 1,000 every year. That's the bare minimum. That's the least minimum. 1,000 of us are killed every year in America. 1,000 black. I'm not saying other race people. I'm just saying black people. 1,000 every year. Or more a year in America. Alright? That's a fact. You can Google how many blacks are killed by police in America every year. It's over 1,000. I can give you an exact figure. 1,220 were killed last year. Let me say again. 1,220 was killed last year by police in America in 1 year. In 1 year. 1 year. So the numbers keep going up. Keep going up. And as a matter of fact, that is, what should I say? The ones that they know, that have been made known. Not the one that we don't know. The ones that they was told that police killed a year in America, right? We know the numbers are more than that. I believe, I'm convinced you every single day. Officers in America kill at least 1,400 black people every year. 1,400 black people every year. That it's my assumption of the ones that we don't know at all. I was at George Floyd, D.C. I was there and I spoke there, right? I
He
seen
is still testifying, and I think somebody, I don't know how long they're going to drag me out today.
I see the banner.
Hopefully they'll probably be done with me as today.
Banner.
And they're going to bring in a few
Of
other
names of people that police killed
little parts.
that I've never heard of.
Some people saying like he got
Never heard of.
I don't know.
I'm seeing names of
I
people
don't know. Victim is a victim. I don't know, bro.
that parents
I can't say this.
were waving up in the air.
Who was victimized
And I'm
and who
standing
wasn't.
there looking like, hold on.
Just because somebody lying, I don't mean there was a victim.
I've been doing
It
this
wasn't
for so
a victim.
long. How do you know that this man, this guy was killed by police? Because most of the killings, some are police in America. Most of the killings, some are police in America. Never fraud the right. We would never know. We would never know. We would never know. If only people know, I just said, we don't know. There is not a set news in America or a police channel that we want to go to your watch. We don't have it. So we get the news on our news feed when that news is escalating. That's how we know. Like in Germany, Lorenzo A. That's how we know. That's how I know that black man was shot and killed in Germany. If you guys are not escalating and protesting, I would not know. I would not know. I would not know a black man was shot in the head in Germany. I would not know. I would not know that there's a protest going on in Germany. I would not know.
This is how I'm just building with brothers and how we build it in real time. You know what I'm saying? Because if you need the full thing to know, if you need to copy inside the Germany what?
I would not know that. You guys did other things. And now it's on my social media, it's on my website.
That's what I'm saying.
Every platform I'm on. Friends get messages, give you guys love. But white cops are killing us each other. Police are killing us each other. In America, a black man getting shot just as same at the same degree as the other country. Right in this country. Right now, so I'm standing here right now. A black man getting shot somewhere in America. And right now, so I'm sitting here right now. A black man getting shot somewhere in Germany. We're getting shot every day. Every day. Every day.
It's a kind of AI. But it's just saying that yes, all they got
yeah, guys, I'm standing at the TV stuff right now. I want to do a little light on there.
So what do you think that's related to things like these kind of things?
Talking with social justice, talking with social justice. You know, I didn't want to talk with social justice here while I'm at a TV. You know what I mean? I like it people exclusive. You know what I mean? You and I, you know, but you guys that talk with social justice, talk with social justice.
But
you know what I mean? So I had to. That's the reason why I don't go live here. You come here, I get informed. I don't go live, but you guys like talk on social justice. Talk on social justice. Then we have it.
Including all the people
the officer stated that Lorenzo A. He had a spray. That's the officer saying. He had a spray. Now, for the video camera at the club, there was no spray. The video camera caught the whole scene. No spray. The police report says there was spray. The video camera at the scene at the club said no spray.
It's an internet thing.
No
It's
spray.
not something I got to do.
So when officers write a report, it's all lies. Every time an officer writes a report, it's a lie. I bet you it's a lie. Always a lie. Always a lie. Always a lie. Always a lie. And it's a lie when it comes to blacks. Every report's a lie. So when the officer said, I killed this man because he had a spray, and then when he watched the video camera at the club saying, no spray. What I tell you? No spray. No spray.
right now.
No spray. So why would the officer for the real
If you
facts.
choose to find
I mean,
another
just imagine the officer was sitting a camera there, recording the whole event, and they would write something totally different. You'd be wondering, is this a real event that happened? Is this officer who really did that? Because you're reading something else with an officer, and the camera is showing something else. And you're like, God damn.
On a very turbulent
Right. So they beat this man, and then shot him to death. Beat him up. Broke all his bones, and then pop, shot him. Shot him in the head. Shot him in the head. I mean, you guys know I don't trust the police in any form when it comes to report. I don't. That's just me. You know what I mean? That's just me. I don't trust anything that's raised by the police officer. I just don't. I mean, not because I'm an activist, I just don't. You know what I mean? The facts are never there. The facts are never there. And then importantly, if a man shot and killed, everything the officer right.
Even some of that testimony is coming after the fact.
Complete lie.
Why they brought in a psychologist? Because that's her testimony said, I love you. Any psychologist,
Now,
anyone
now,
mental health
the officer,
can see if the woman
that's right, that's right.
she said, I thought I loved
All right,
you. Or I
that's
believe
right.
I loved you.
But look,
Said, I
listen,
loved you.
you
When
guys
the
go
woman
through the same
says
thing we
she
go through
loves
here.
you, something. There's no mistake.
Everything I'm saying, and you understand that,
There's no inducement, nothing.
same thing that goes on here.
Right? So
Officer did the same thing here.
conditionality is
The officer turned on the body camera. In America, they turn it off. In Germany, they turn it off too. So the officer turned the body camera and then killed the man.
that they are.
What I tell you,
Because what they're doing right now
we don't want no
is
evidence.
part of the brutality.
We're going to turn the body camera, we're going to turn it off.
And she's having fun.
And then pop,
Even
pop,
joining
kill.
now too.
Right?
Never
It
mind.
happened here too. It happened here. Not just over there, it happened here too.
But she did bang him.
They turned on the body camera. Same thing. So in both officers, body camera was turned on. The officer said they were not obligated to turn on the camera. They were not obligated to turn on the camera. They were not obligated. When you on a body camera, that's an automatic.
And that makes it
That's an
easier.
automatic. I don't know what German is. Like, up to the
I don't know, girl. You know how not to do it. Right? But when you get into a crime where you don't want
The officer said,
to the part,
we are not obligated to turn on the body camera.
she's got the
During operation.
she's got the
We
thing
are not
that-
obligated. Okay,
that-
now watch this. So now let me ask you guys a question.
Alright, so we got two
In Germany,
trafficking charges.
are the officers
Prostitution charges.
allowed to turn on the camera or the
Out of
body
these
camera?
charges, I know a lot of people say, they don't see the reason. I mean, so far, I don't know. I don't really see the traffic. I don't really see things yet, but I'm just saying. Out of these charges,
Are they allowed to turn it on
what do
or
you think
keep
you
it
got
on?
a chance of beating out of all of them? What do you think you got a chance? I'm like, the Rico, like, I don't see a lot of things.
Alright,
Maybe
well,
you'll beat the Rico. The trafficking,
Officer
some people
said
saying they're not really seeing it. Maybe some
they're
people
not
are seeing it. I
obligated
don't
to
know.
know.
He got a chance that he could probably beat the trafficking. Who knows?
It don't matter.
during operation. So we know for a fact the body camera is on. And any action going on with officers, that body camera is on automatically. You turn it on. The officer too much. So it means that man, that black man who was killed in Germany, was intentional. Because the body camera would have served as evidence.
There's no undue.
If the body camera is turned off,
And the thing is,
What I
how
tell
long
you?
is going to be similar?
if the body camera that is used as evidence, I'm going to tell you guys again.
People are going to eat out of it after the fact.
This right here
Because after the
can
fact,
incriminate any
that's
police
why
officer.
Mark has something such
This right here can incriminate any police officer. Anyone.
It's not for profit.
Don't
Like
ignore.
reverse psychological.
Don't ignore this. Don't downplay this.
Where
This right here can be.
that's where your money really starts.
See right here?
Not the traffic.
On a skid row.
Because the public gets to
Always.
see
Without a video,
and it's going out.
without a video,
And when it keeps going on like that, who gives a shit?
without a video, how can you How
not
can you
making
fuss
a
a
deal
claim
because this stupid ass
against
guy
the
that
police
sits
department
there,
on no camera?
he didn't know what it
Of
is
on no
when we
evidence.
started talking. Back
Just
there,
get wait.
he should have shut his ass up.
Do you know why Dennis Sharman is in jail?
Because you're stupid.
Of being a camera. Well, other being a camera, Dennis Sharman will be a free
Feds ride
police
up on you
officer
like
back
that.
on the
In
force in
fact, you
Minneapolis.
should be happy the feds ride
Of
up
being
on
a
you.
camera.
You'll say, what do we have?
Don't ever
Break
ignore
it
it.
down. In fact, you would have looked
You will
better.
never win against any police officer in any country.
You know?
Trust me.
But he loves it. They're in love.
I tell you guys all the time.
He in love.
Use
He
your cell phone.
waited for the fact
Whenever
that
you
this
in any
chick
form of
was gonna
engagement or engagement with any
Yeah.
police officer,
You still ain't
I don't
believe
care whether
that.
you're smiling, you're laughing,
I
you're
believe that. And he didn't believe that.
Record.
He knows she can do,
That
but he
recording is for
expects
your
her to
own
hear
sake.
it.
Not it.
Right?
And
Now,
even her up there
So if something
testifying,
goes wrong,
she wasn't up there trying to bury it.
you got
You
that
could see that
evidence.
she had love there still.
With other,
She
with
was
other
still
people
holding it
care.
back in her
But
testimony.
even as a police
You see
officer,
that.
that's exactly
it's at your own
why.
detriment. Or your own
We're
risk.
sorry for him.
That's exactly why.
When I'm
That
driving
leads to exactly what I
and a
just
police
said to
officer
you,
pull me over,
right? He needed to
I record.
cut it short.
The whole
The
conversation.
minute she says, I love this thing.
I don't care whether it's a
And
physical
the fact
stop
that she made a mistake
or
and said,
if
I
it
love it,
wasn't.
that's not
That camera,
structural direction.
you know why it's
That is
running?
their direction.
Because the video
And
camera,
that
the
was
fact
a
that it's
tough one
running,
for them to
it
undo.
creates a
And that
fuss.
is why they brought in the
A fuss.
psychologist immediately after. But the
It
dumbass
creates
friends
a
are
fuss.
sitting on their egg.
He can honor the police officer.
They're sitting on their egg.
It means that if he
they're looking
crosses
at the big picture.
his
They say,
personality
he wins, he
involved
not,
in my rights,
It's
called a
we're going
video.
to run things.
That's what a video camera is for.
Right.
It's a fuss.
You know,
Fuss.
stuff to undo. Stuff to undo.
Oh, now, just keep that in mind. It's a fuss.
I told Mark
So when a police officer stops you and your phone is sitting right there, it's not recording, I'm wondering why. I'm wondering why it's just sitting there and you're not recording. Because at the end of the day, if you don't record, because that officer has the right to turn on his body cam or not turn it on. That's his decision. For what I see in Germany, for what I see here now. It means that in Germany, the officers are not allowed to turn on the body cam.
Hold on, wait.
What?
Hold up, wait. Hold up.
It means that
Hold
the
up, wait.
officers in Germany are not allowed to turn on the body cam. For what?
Say it.
For what I wrote here, for what it says. So it means that
Country you from, brother? I ain't
if an
acting on you.
officer says,
Where you family?
based on his own discretion,
You
whether to turn the camera or not,
Island?
it means every black
I got
individual in
family from the
Germany does
islands,
it.
man. You sound like a couple of miles away.
Because if I'm an officer and I choose not to turn my body camera, I can commit any crime and get away with it. Because the body camera is there to serve as a buffer, making sure the officer executes his job description for either confined or his job description. So if an officer crosses that job description, that camera will serve as a buffer. You can never win against any police officer in any given country if you're not recording or using the phone.
I'll have to see the philosophy of
Never win.
when a woman walks up to me and says she loves me,
Thank you, Diamond. Thank you.
forget it.
Thank you.
There's no alcohol you can take.
I've been doing this now for almost
There's no drug
for 2
take
decades now.
to know you love.
I just do it.
Not a woman like you. Not you. No. Nah, a woman, especially talking the past, love, that means she really loves that.
So I know.
Say, I thought I loved you.
She can say anything.
Everything
Not
I'm
gonna say,
saying.
I love him.
Right.
In the past,
I've been through
in the
everything
past,
so I know.
both.
Yeah.
But in the past tense, you talking back? Well, you know what you love. You know
I'm
what
not
you
just
love,
talking.
man. In the past tense, looking back, you know what you love.
I've been through
You know what
everything
you
I'm
love,
saying.
man. Yeah, you're
Everything
right.
I'm telling you guys,
Like,
I've
I
been
need
through
that
everything.
taste.
Alright?
You're going to
But
try to
NYPD,
tell me
just across America,
the
period.
freaking
I've been,
baker
I'm an alcoholic. I've been through
convinced you.
everything. Everything I'm telling you, I've been through everything. The police
The
brutality, the
chick
police
is like
violence,
drilling. I
the gun control. So I had the architect I've been through it. So I'm telling you, I'm experienced.
Forget
How I
about
was
it,
able
bro.
to win all these
Forget
cases
about it.
were based on me
No
having
matter
video.
what.
That's
No
evidence.
matter what.
Philosopher in prison. You guilty? I ain't mad with you.
Watch your mouth, man. I'm just playing with you. I understand. been.
You sit down there and not seeing what's going on.
I've been stopped in one state.
Oh, you crazy dog!
I heard you're supposed to do that. I'm like, what?
60
I heard you're supposed to do that.
Alright?
That's serious.
60 times in one
Oh,
state.
shit,
That's a
man.
million.
He's gonna become a
60
bra.
times
He
in
ain't gonna
one
have
year.
no hard
In
knees
one state.
anymore.
Minneapolis.
Are you kidding me?
A police officer.
I'm telling you. That, you know why? If he gets to the point of
Every
wanting
stop.
to testify,
In a 1 year.
right now it's a second misdemeanor. Why?
I reported
Because
every single
the method of the prosecution is called intentional infliction of emotional distress. This case is not about
There's no way I can tell us. I'll tell you,
They can find it in the book.
the next generation of
Right?
you guys are saying
what?
you guys saying that our police are very, very disrespectful.
Emotional distress or intentional
Well, I don't
emotional
think police are
or
disrespectful.
mental distress.
To be honest, I don't think they are
And that's
disrespectful.
the law in the book.
I just think they don't respect black people.
You're taking a strategy
I don't think police are
to
disrespectful.
induce
I don't think so.
a
They
psychotic
just don't respect black people.
defendant.
That's it. I think officers are respectful.
And then
Respect other
that's
races.
why if you start
Just
getting
not like
emotional there,
That's it.
his ass is
Officers
gonna want to testify.
will follow
And that's
every
what somebody's
instruction.
gonna do. That's psychotic, bro.
When it comes to other race of people. But when it
You
comes to black,
understand? And that's
don't have
what
to follow the
IID does. It puts you in a straight state of despair, dismay, and then you become depressed. You find yourself you can't sleep or you're sleeping too much. You get lethargic. He's not
I
really
can't-
switching.
I can't even
All
answer that
the time.
question.
If I go in that court once, I'm about
I can't even answer that question.
That's my opinion.
I can't, in matter of fact,
I go in
I
that
don't even
court
want you to
once and I
even
watch
focus
it.
on that. That's pointless. Pointless. Good question. But it's pointless. We don't have time to educate police officers who are just racist by nature.
Put this in my bag, bro. That's crazy, bro.
We don't have time to educate officers who are just racist against blacks by nature. You know what I mean?
What's the charge?
That is something that would never happen. Would never happen. You know what I mean? I'm not going to tell you. I can give you a blueprint. I can even give you a blueprint. I just can't. Officers in Germany are denying racist against blacks. Same concept in America. Same exact thing. We can educate racist people who in uniform. You just can't do that. You just can't. I'm sorry to say that to you, but you just can't. There is no education. There is no cultural structure. There is no back to school program. It's a waste of money to educate racist cops.
I seen the bot. I thought it was a bot down. I said, he got
That
the
was
bot
the main dish. That was the main
You know
dish.
what I mean?
How we
We
doing
just got to adjust to these racist cops and just find a way to navigate. And that's what I'm saying. Use the camera.
You ain't easy, brother. You ain't easy, no. Yeah, bro. Brother got lyrics, yo.
That's what we should do. You know, and my man Uda, you know what I mean? He's talking about different stuff. This is my era right here.
That's the area, bro. When I talk like that, anytime I talk like that, bro, it's coming out my damn thing.
Oh, there you go, there you
That's
go.
all right, bro. To my people, though. To my white people. To the left, to y'all. Everybody here. We gotta do it like this. Gotta do it like this, y'all. Great. Love ain't got no color. Just nobody. You a hater, you already that's bad disease, bad, hopefully for the children. Because we know that what happens from the children goes down, for the parents goes down to the children. So hopefully you can call on it, hopefully you get, hopefully you can come back. Love somebody when they decide to show, you know, family, show some love, but please God and Jesus like you said in the side. Even if you believe in the devil, like you what you want to do. Because people that believe in God hate mercy, and people that believe in the devil hate mercy. I don't know the devil. Really? And if somebody believes in the devil, what's going on, my brother? What am I? You know what I'm saying? If I'm dealing with the devil, I got to know. What's going on, man? You know what I mean? Because I might be, I see two devils under me, say, brother. You know I read through the scripture behind what you're telling me? Let's not judge each other. We're not out trying to judge nobody outside of the time. Shout out to my bro, Matt, outside in the store. Getting his content. Outside real time. Mia is still in the building right now. We got Lauren LaRosa Max. You already know the vibe. reporters. He in the building working. Who think this man that's on the camera's not working? We all out here working in real time, and that's the most beautiful thing, man. Connecting in real time, and it's sad that we can't do this on YouTube, or we can't do this to each other on TikTok. I mean, we hating and beefing with each other. We gotta keep this going. Even way after us, we gotta keep this going, man. So you already know the vibe, man. Yeah, I'm about to go to the second. So you know, these are the 15 people still testifying. A couple of people came down to tell me exactly what's going on.
Yeah, so we have this week that just to our little party meeting. But I know we all protest. You know what I mean? You guys are protesting Germany. You know what I mean? And as a black man. And don't think we don't have that. Y'all thinking. I'm thinking. See what you guys think. If you guys protesting, I'm protesting. You guys say justice. I'm saying justice. You guys say Black Lives Matter. I'm saying America Black Lives Matter. So we on the same page. We on the same page. I think the whole type of shit. We on the same page. You guys are protesting justice. I'm on the same page. I'm on the same exact page. Look, the only difference is that you're in Germany, I'm in America. I'm here and you there. But we're on the same page. We're locked in. Same way. The same energy, the same intensity. You guys carry. I got the same energy, the same intensity. I feel the same pain you feel. The same exact pain you feel. I feel it. So I understand what's going on. I understand what's going on. I see what's going on. I watch what's going on. So when you guys protesting, I'm protesting. When you guys say the officer was in the wrong, I say the same thing. I got the facts. I got the facts. He was in the wrong. So I agree with the family. The officer was in the wrong. Because the video camera can affirm that he was in the wrong. And you know, police department do not turn their back on the officer. So you guys know that, right? You would think the police department is supposed to stand with the citizens. With the citizens. We're paying the tax money. You work hard and pay your tax money for these officers to guarantee your safety. To guarantee your protection. Supposedly. To guarantee your protection. That's the ideology of paying taxes. To make sure operations run smoothly, right? But what happened? What happened? When the officer killed a citizen, what happened? Those officers turned their back on the what? On the citizens, and they showed off the what? Because they're all like we pay gangs legally to turn their backs on us when they kill us. When we pay tax money to have officers guarantee our safety. But when one officer kills us, they all gang up together and support that officer and turn their back on you. But you pay them. I mean, I want you guys to get a bigger picture on this. Right? So either way, we pay these officers to protect us. And wherever we got our protection, or where we call properties, when they violate, what do they do?
You know I love you, man.
They turn their backs.
Remember I told you the other day I love you.
So I feel you guys' pain. I see the comments. The officer in Germany are racist, just as the officer in America. Same thing. Do you know how many times we protest and we advocate for reforms? Defund the police, reform, educate, and officers still function like they don't get it. Same thing in Germany. Come on, man. Every time a black man is killed, every time a black man is killed, a black woman is killed, a black child is killed, it bothers me. And I know it does to you guys as well. But everybody want to kill black people. Every company in America across the world want to kill someone black. Let's be honest. Every company that don't look black want to kill black. Maybe it's a promotion thing, or like ego thing. You know, maybe it's some egotistical, I don't know, some sort of reflex, something. You know, maybe it triggers something emotionally when a white officer kills a black man, a black child, a black woman. Maybe it's egotistical. Maybe it's a rent thing. I don't know.
That's not allowed.
I don't know.
You have to take
Maybe
that
it's
down.
a rent or promotion thing. How many blacks you kill to get promoted? It could be. I don't know.
You can walk around with it, but you can't be stationary. I'm double checking now, but I'm sure you can't. You don't see any other ones here, do you?
I'm assuming.
You don't see any other ones here, right?
You attack more blacks, you get more bonus.
First time I've seen that.
Because I understand why officers who don't look
No. All right, chill.
All reasonable. Don't reason with us. Logically reason. I'm saying logically reason. Ain't no white officer can reason logically with a black man. Not here and not in Germany. Logically, I'm saying logically. I haven't seen one. For 2 decades I've been doing this as an archivist, I never seen one. So, there we have it. I'm just surprised it's the same identical act of violence against blacks that is happening in other countries. Same violence that we fight in America, in other countries. Shot a black man in the head. Do you know how many blacks are getting shot in the head in America? And in Germany, black men are getting shot in the head. That's amazing. In the head. In America, white cops shoot in the head all the time. In the back, I mean, that's a norm. It's like a norm. White cops killing us in the head, it's a norm. In America, New York City, NYPD, crazy. Minneapolis, over crazy. Chicago, worse. Vegas, surpassed. California, oh man. It's a norm. It's like a law book. You know? I'm gonna give you guys a summary, right? When you see a black man, the best way to kill a black man is in the head, in the back, and when he runs. Type it, pass it on. So from one state to another state, the same script. So they all kill the same way. They all kill the same way. So maybe that script is going to Germany now. Italy, Russia, so forth. How to kill black people? Strategy. It happens every day here. Every day here. Every day here. So it breaks my heart to see you guys in Germany send me a message here. How the cops are not racist. I don't think the cops are racist. They just don't like blacks. That's it. You know, I don't think the guys are racist. They just don't like black people. You know what I mean? I don't term it as racist. I term it as we don't want this race here. We don't like them here. We don't want them here. They shouldn't be here. We want everybody else here, but not them. You call it racist. I just said they don't like it. You know what I mean? That is my translation. You don't like it. You know what I mean? Well, good question. Good question. Good question. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. If you say now all officers are, I mean, how can you tell? How can you tell? You know in the world we're in now, everything is database, right? It's all database, right? So if we got, okay, let's assume, if we got 90% of a certain group committing the same crime, and we got 10% that is not doing that, how do we scale that? We say the majority carries that, right? That's how we scale it. That's how we scale it. All right? So the higher takes that, right? So answer that question. their numbers are high. So we go with a higher number, not with a lower number. So to answer that question, if you asking me to answer that question, all cops, all white cops kill blacks. Because the numbers are high. If the number was the opposite, then we'll go with the opposite, right? So all white cops kill blacks because the numbers are high. If black cops are killing white, we'll say all black cops kill white. So the numbers are high. So the higher number, that's what we go with, right? So it's impossible to say not all police, not all white cops, the numbers are high. So I would never say, you'll never hear me say, not all cops kill blacks. I would say all cops kill blacks because the numbers are high. If we look at DNTA, the numbers are high. So I would say all white cops kill blacks. I would not say some cops kill blacks. I'm not saying some white cops kill blacks. Because the percentage is low. It's going high. So to answer your question, in Germany, there are more cops killing blacks. So in your country, yes. And what you're showing me now, it means that more German police officers that are white are more killers of blacks. That's it. It's statistics, right? And the statistics says the numbers are high. We go with a higher number. What you're showing me right now, it means in Germany, white cops are killing more blacks than any other cops. See, in America, white cops are killing more blacks than any other race. So answer that question. That is my approach. That is my approach. I don't think the cops are racist. I don't think they're racist. You know what I mean? Because if we use the word racist, it gives them a leeway. They just don't like black people. You see, listen. If you see white cops as antagonistic to blacks, don't address it on race. That's it. They don't like black people. So if you don't like something, you're going to eliminate it, right? If you don't like something, you're going to get rid of it, right? That's it. You don't like blacks? They're not racist. They just don't like blacks. That's if we're going to kill blacks. They're not racist against blacks. They just don't like black people. So the same thing in Germany. They just don't like blacks. They're not racist. They just don't like black people. That's how I see it. You will never call a police officer racist. Now, I've been doing this for so long. I just say they don't like black people, that's why they kill black people. If you don't like something, just throw it in the trash. If you don't like it, throw it away. Get rid of it. That's how I see it. In the new age we're in, that's how I see it. And that's how you're supposed to see it. Because when you see it from a white perspective, you can be more relatable to that. You know what I mean? More relatable. If you see that from in a race perspective, it's always an explanation. A white cop will say, I'm not racist. I'm not racist. How do you hear a white cop say, I'm not racist? He's going to kill a black man. I'm not racist. I'm not racist. So, because of that, I remove racism. And I say, you're not racist. That's right. Well, you don't like black, that way you kill him. If you didn't kill this black man, it's because you don't like him. You're not racist, I understand. But when you shot this man, you don't like him. Because there's no comeback on that. There's no comeback. No comeback. I tell a white guy, you kill this man because you don't like him, there's no comeback. When you say you kill him because he's racist, it's a comeback. That's why I don't say they're racist. Don't like blacks. That's it. Once you understand that concept, you can work around white police for a long haul. So I don't think all cops are racist. I don't think all white cops are racist. But all white cops don't like blacks. Let me say that again. All white cops don't like blacks. They're not racist. They just don't like blacks. Look, let me tell you something. If it was just left with white police and blacks in this country, we all be dead. We all be dead. If it was just white police and blacks in America, we all be dead. The same thing was in Germany. We all be dead. We all be dead. Do you know why we all would be dead? Because they don't like us. They're not racist against us. They just don't like us. That is the fact. They just don't like us. make life so easy. Because I know if you don't like me, I ain't gotta worry about you. We good. You gotta trust me, I gotta trust you. We good. That's how I see white police. And when you never see me engaging with white police doing anything strange. You don't like me? That's good. I ain't mad. I like you. That's right. You stay your way, I stay mine. We good. You do your job, I do mine, and we good. But when you do the race part, it makes you a little bit complex. Because the officer will tell you, I'm not racist. If the officer says he's not racist, can you say he's racist? No. Can you prove that? But when you say you don't like me, you can prove that. Prove that. So in Germany, with that man being shot and killed by that police officer, he did not like that black man. That's right, he didn't like it. He didn't like it. If you like something, you keep it around, right? Whatever you like, that's what you keep around. What you don't like, you keep it away. So white cops keep blacks and to bring every other race, that's right. I don't know about Germany. I never been to Germany. I'm never going to go there, matter of fact. Syndicated blacks, I'm not going to go there ever. As a matter of fact, I'm not even a guy who want to go to Germany anyway. So you guys who black in Germany, my love. My man love y'all. You guys are strong. I would never go to Germany. Never. Give me a free ticket. I would take that. I would transfer. Alright? So let me say something right here. We all get shot in the head. In America, in Germany, and anywhere in the world. They kill us the same. It's the same thing. You're asking me in America how blacks are killed. It's the same way they're killing blacks in Germany. Same thing. We get shot in the head. We get shot in the neck, in the legs. We get took home. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. So it's not racism. It's not racism. It's just right. It's not racism. You know, the saddest part for me in the whole situation. Look, you know, I'm not laughing at the question. I'm not laughing at the question, right? I'm not laughing at the question. I'm not laughing at the question you're asking me. You can make the officer the license. You just can't. You just can't make the officer the license. If that's the question you're asking me, you just can't make the officer the license. You just can't. But what you can do is keep that camera on. That's what I want you to do. You worry about making the officer license. I'm telling you, keep the camera on. Whenever you get stopped, turn the camera on. Forget about the license. I don't care whether you got all your insurance together, your license, your car is insured. Please keep the camera on. That's all I want you to do. Alright? Forget about the lights and how you greet the officer. That's all part of the process, but keep that camera on. Alright? Keep that camera on. You know, just keep it on. Because you don't know what can happen. Keep it on. You can be as cordial to the officer and say, how you doing, officer? here's my insurance, here's my license, here's this. You can be as good and the nicest citizen to the officer, and that man can choose to be the worst to you. He can choose to reciprocate the worst. You don't know what's going through his head. You don't know. But when you see that camera running, when that camera is running, when that camera is on, whatever he does, it's evidence. Stop worrying about trying to get along with the officer. Stop worrying about that. That is the wrong, that's the worst thinking. I want to make sure the officer and I get along. No, don't worry about that. Keep the camera on, all right? And then do what you're supposed to do. When he asks you for your license, give your license. Give your insurance. If you got to smile, smile. But keep that camera on. Because we as occupants, we want evidence. Keep that camera rolling while you're in that transaction. While you're engaging the officer, yeah, here you go, sir, my license here, keep that camera rolling. Record. Record. I don't care about honest formality and all that extra stuff. I don't care about that. Keep the camera rolling. Keep the camera on. Because the reason I'm saying keep the camera on, I'm more concerned about you being safe than the services and the interaction. That's it. You worry about the wrong thing. You worry about the wrong thing. You're asking me the wrong question. You worry about the wrong thing. I want you to worry about the most important thing. Keep that camera rolling. And that camera will keep you safe just in case the officer goes off. That's it. Listen. Go online. Let me say this, guys. Go online. Go online. Go to Amazon. Buy any portable camera. Your phone has a camera on it, right? Use it. Use it. I'm giving you this advice from the depth of my heart. I don't care about how nice the interaction is. Roll that camera. Roll that camera. Roll that what? Roll that camera again. Every time you get stopped by the police officer, roll the camera. Roll the camera. I don't care what it is. I don't care whether the officer smile at you from a distance. Roll that camera. Roll that camera. We have seen so many times black people shot and killed by police. Why the officer is smiling and getting that man shot? I've seen it. Trust me, I've seen it. Want that camera. That's all I want. I'm an architect telling you. Want that camera for me. That's it. If you want to smile, smile on the camera. Let me see you smile. That's all I want to see. It's about saving life. That's the most important thing. I don't care about all the formality and all the extra stuff. Have a good day. Let me hear the camera rolling. 1,000 plus every year, blacks die for police. Every year in America. We don't even hear about somebody death that happens every day. Every day. All right, guys, so this is my last question here. I'm gonna take a break. All right. Let me see one more question here. You know what? Good question. Good question. Good question. Do you know why we so segregated? I don't know about Germany now, but I'm gonna give you here. It's intentional. In America, it's intentional. Right here, I'm at a courthouse right here, right? On the opposite end of the courthouse is the Chinese section. Do you know why it's structured like that? It's not their decision. It's not their decision. You're asking me a question that's against that above and beyond. I'm gonna answer the question anyway. They put the Chinese on this side of town. No blacks live close to Chinese. It's not accidental. It's not accidental. No, it's not accidental. this whole section is all Chinese. Ain't no blacks over there. All Chinese in one section. Alright? If you move certain parts of this country, they got Hispanics, Latino, blacks, Africans, all separated in boxes. It's not accidental. It's strategic. You know, right? You don't think I want to live around Chinese? I want to live around Chinese. But they don't want me to. They don't want me to. But I want to live around Chinese. But they don't want me to. So it's designed. It's a design strategy as a way to isolate us and kill us. That's a strategy. Let's go in the black neighborhood where it's all black. We can kill them and not have no mixture of other races. It's intentional, man. So if you're going to do the same thing in Germany, it's intentional. Germany was not built, and I don't want to get too historical here. Germany is not built being divided, but it got divided when you start bringing blacks in, like you said. It got divided. So now you know, as a German, where to go to be black people. We technically, that is considered segregation. It still exists right now in America. Segregated location or community right now in America. Same thing in Germany, right? Same thing here. The Chinese people live in Chinatown right now. Ain't no black people. Segregation. You don't see it as segregation because people are known for it. I see it as segregation. We are what? Segregated. So white cops can go into black neighborhood when they don't have to come across white, Chinese, Asian, just all black. So when they kill black. Come on, man. It's designed. It's designed. Come on. It's not. Look, oh, I gotta go in. Go right here. Right? I'm gonna break one here. I love the question. I love the question. I read it this. So in Germany, you said they got a black neighborhood, right? Or a black quarter, a black community in Germany, right? I would like to go to Germany and go to a part that is just all black. I really do, but I'm not going. That is just all black. Alright? Why do you think they put blacks in one part and they put other races in one part? Why do you think that? It's designed. I'm just trying to do my job. And you know what I'm saying design? If we got all blacks on 8th Street, in this whole block, it's all black. We know where to go to kill black. So we got them all divided. So we know where to drive to if we want to kill black. Same thing in America. Same exact thing in America. We put all the blacks in one place so we can drive there and kill them if we want to. Stop. Stop. Where I'm from, we are not divided. We are blended. We are divided. We blended. We live around the Muslims. The Muslims live around the Christians. The Jews live around the Muslims and the Christians. Alright? The white live with the black. The Chinese, Lebanese, we all live together. We not divided. We blended. There is no community in my place that I'm from that says that's a white neighborhood, that's a Chinese neighborhood, that's a black neighborhood, that's a Russian neighborhood, that's a Ukrainian neighborhood. In America, everybody divided. Everybody divided. Come on. Why is that? They're not divided. They're not divided as it's not divided as what the right word I want to use. They're not. It is not divided because they care about any one of us. It's divided to make it easy for officers to know who to kill them for. All right, let me say it again. The reason we got black neighborhood is that officers going out black neighborhood and do whatever they want to do, and it will not affect any other race of people. Yeah, this is very clear. If an officer chooses to go in a black neighborhood and shoot up the whole neighborhood, he's not killing nobody else but black. So that's why it's set up like that. Black neighborhood, white neighborhood, Chinese, Russian, Ukrainian, and you name it all. That's how it's set up. And no mixture. So when it's mixed, it's so hard to really execute. That's why the country is divided the way it is. And the same thing in Germany. Same exact thing. In Germany, the same exact thing. Blacks are the most hated. The most hated. The most hated race. Any other race in the world, period. Let me say again. The black race is the most hated race than any other race in the world combined. Period. The most hated. White cops don't like blacks. Period. That's it. Don't like. I didn't say it's racist. Don't like. Period. Now, I guarantee you, by me standing right here, I don't think any white guys like the fact that I'm standing here talking. So I just want you guys to understand that. Me just standing here and speaking. It might piss off a police officer like that. It might. I don't know. I care less. But it'll piss them off right now because I'm standing here talking to these police officers. So a lot of police officers might be pissed off. Even the federal might be pissed off. I don't know. I may not be allowed in there. Maybe when I leave from here, I may not be allowed in there. They might be pissed off. But it comes with the territory of truth. Nobody like a black man or a black woman or a black child in any society. Period. I understand that. And I live with that. I want you guys in Germany to do the same thing. It's time for the blacks in Germany to understand the Germans will not embrace the blackness. They will not want to embrace your blackness. You know what I said? You know something now. You know something now. They will not embrace. I think it's something that the blacks in Germany must understand. That evolution, what we call gentrification, that transition, the Germans are not ready to have blacks or the blackness surpass or supersede or glamorous at this point in time. The same thing in America. The blackness in America is rejected. It still is. In as much as we think they're so full of evolution or transgression, it still is. Nobody in America, regardless of what they've been portrayed or projected, don't like the blackness shown in any form at all. And that's something you guys will live with in Germany as a black man. You gotta understand that. You gotta find your path. Find where you fit in, because I'm what black folks are talking to, where you fit in, and then function. Look, it's hard for me to translate something that I'm going through myself. Alright? So it's so easy for me to translate that to you because I'm in it myself. That's why I'm so fluent, so eloquent in what I'm saying, because I'm in it right now. I'm in America, right? In America. In America. So I can relate to what's going on in Germany. This man shot in the head. In America. In America. We get shot every day. It's a norm. We get killed every day. It's a norm. White cops kill us every day. It's a norm. In Germany, it may not be the norm, but it's getting to be the norm because the killing rate of blacks are going up in Germany. I did a research last night. It's going up. White cops take pride in killing blacks. Let me say again, they take pride in seeing a black man shot. And that is happening in Germany too. Pride. I'm saying this because I've been through this thing myself. Pride. I guarantee you, all the police in New York City knows me well. They don't take pride in me sitting here saying this. The guy in Germany. My mom always say, find a spot that you fit in. I hate to say that. For the black race, find a spot where you fit in. I hate to say that. Find a spot where you fit in. That's like me trying to box you in. So say find a spot where you fit in. I can tell you, don't find a spot where you fit in. But I can say that. Because the society will box you in. They will box you in. So my mom said find a spot where you fit in. She's saying it in reverse. Society will find a spot that they will box you in. So for me to say as an activist, say find a spot where you fit in, that means you're proud of your freedom. I will say that. But the society in Germany, as a black man, or a black woman, a black child, they will box you in. In America, black men or black women or black kids are taught to navigate, which in my understanding don't make sense. But that's the box they find themselves in. Now they gotta navigate. Bricks here. A black man never walks straight. A black man walks like this. We never walk straight. Never a straight path for a black man in America. And the same thing goes to y'all in Germany. No. You know what, man? You go for that, man. You go for that. Somebody told me lately I was going, yo, come down here. You wasn't come down here. No, man. We get that shit off the mountain. No, I got it. I let that shit down. I just got it. Somewhere. That's what I was doing right now. I want to go. That's my man. Yeah, so I can tell you, find a spot where you fit in. But every black man in America will tell you, whether at a place of work, whether on the street, whether with a white woman or whatever race, we are taught to fit in where we fit in. We are not given the right to navigate freely. We are maneuvering as we walk. Every race in America walks straight. The white man walking straight. You the black man, walk like this, you walk like this. You know? And never a straight path. Never a straight path for the black man in America. What's up, man? Never a straight path for the black man in America. Any black man who tells you, I'm in a white corporation, in a white business, he is navigating every single day. Navigating every single day. I got place to work. Navigate. Turn. While every other race walking straight, he's navigating. I think I hate to say this, man. I hate to say this because I hate to box myself in, and I hate to box anybody in. I hate to say this. I hate to say, find a spot where you fit in. But I will say this. I will say, be you. When folks don't like you, be you. You say again, you're a black man. You're a black woman. You're a black child.
Gregory, what's up, buddy?
Don't fit in.
Trying to win a case?
Don't fit in. And when I say don't fit in,
You're all in gray now.
I don't want you to box yourself in.
Gregory.
Be you. yourself. If folks don't like it or not, be yourself. That's the advice I would give you guys in Germany. Be yourself. Don't fit in. Because when you fit in, then you will always have to adjust. 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 And then eventually, it quickly. So I would say, be you as a black individual, wherever you are. Be you. If folks don't like you, that's fine. Everybody don't have to like you. Everybody don't have to embrace you. When you like you, that's all counts. And to me, that is what we call liberation. To understand, I am not going to fit in where you want me to fit in. I'm going to be me where I think I'm okay. And to me, that's what we call freedom right there. So you guys in Germany and other countries where it's getting, you know, because in America, we go through that every day. You know what I mean? It's a norm there. You know what I mean? It's a norm. So, it's a norm. You know, in America, a black man will tell you, that's my second nature. Second nature. I breathe, and then I navigate. See my hand? Navigate. That's what a black man does every day. Ain't no strip pattern for a black man in America. No strip pattern. Navigate. 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 No strip pattern for a black man. So I love you guys in Germany, man. I'm protesting. You guys know that's what I do. Always still black. I'm going to say it again. Always still black. I like that right there. Always still black. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, I'm staying black always. I love it. I love it too. Always be proud of being black. I love that. Always be. I love it. Always be black. I love it. Always be black. I mean, what can you be for black? I'm always going to be black. I love it. I love that word, stay black. Oh, I'm always staying black. You know what I mean? Always staying black. That's not going to fade. Always. But on a serious note, don't box yourself in. Because once you box yourself in, then it defeats everything. You become a prey. Don't want to become a prey. Don't become a prey. No. For your cream. No, don't become a prey. Love everybody. That's right. Love everybody. But stay black. I love it. I love it. Yes. That's the key. Key. All right, guys. We're climaxing at home. Right now I'm at a Sean Combs event. And I want to kind of like, you know, take some pictures here and do a little bit of interviews here. Well, America is not like any other country, though. It's not any other country. You know what I mean? Police are still killing us. If that's a question, yeah. Police are still killing us. Since the death of George Floyd, we have had 221 deaths since the death of George Floyd. So the numbers are going up. Yeah. Every day.
Need to kill this motherfucker when they find out he killed Biggie. Need to kill him.
Thank you. Hey. You know what? Listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I knew that. How you doing today? Yes, always. You know how that is.
Free buck. Yeah, free buck. You like it? Right. Free buck. really do. I love you guys. We are still protesting. See my hands up here? On my Instagram, my TikTok. The boys of Oxford, they are posting that every day. I've been posting so many photos. You guys are sending me. I've been posting it. So I'm watching what you guys are doing. I'm standing. Standing. You know? Standing. Take for the love, guys. Take for the love. Take for the love. Yeah. Standing. Standing. All right, guys. Love you guys, man. Stay safe out there. All right. Stay safe, guys.
Alexandra.
The pop-off show.
The way that gray hair was blowing in the wind.
Trial.
I see you got it from Cassie.
All right.
Tell me if you like it.
Hey, come on. Oh, they go Miss Miles.
Look at the
Hi,
most
Miss
beautiful
Miles.
girl in this thing.
How are you doing today? Yes, I love
Okay,
those
never look at me.
glasses.
Most beautiful queen.
I know that's right. Have a good day. Yeah.
You don't know me anything. Well, you know I love you, Rihanna. You know I love you, Rihanna. Go handle your business.
All right, y'all. You
Don't
know
get
how
mad.
we tap the screen. Yes,
But
ladies.
you know I'm one of them ones.
Appreciate y'all.
Oh yeah, I'm one of them ones.
Yeah.
You look
All right,
bad.
so they must be coming downstairs. So make sure y'all go and check the live. My man was going to be coming down in a few minutes.
Listen, I love this show.
So yeah, down here at the trial. It's a pop-off show with your girl, Miss Pleasant.
There's no sense in on the news.
Waiting for them to
One of those numbers on the news. I don't need. So look, man, we updated.
Yes, thank you so much.
You already know who. Things
Yes,
is like,
them like something.
glad I'm not doing like. Oh, there you go.
We're here.
And I'm 420 on the federal.
Make sure y'all go and check out all of the videos that I've posted. I've been here since May 6th. Following the Diddy trial. If you are nosy and curious and you want to see it in real time, go to the pop-off show. It's pleasant. I have raw footage. I have videos.
Yeah, not yet. Let me. I'll take the whole thing and then you can just take your camera.
Everybody welcome to OOCA.
That's fine. Once they say I'm good to move, I'm going to do this next.
You know I'm not supposed to be right here.
You head back to Tuscany for your stuff. You're done.
Real quick, let's just put this on the board. Let's just get this done, right? So you already know we got me testifying.
Very much. I've stuck in the gum myself.
How's it going? I'm okay. I personally felt that cross was brutal. And I don't know. Uh-huh. I've heard that too. As far as today goes, though, from what I've heard, because I'm always kind of at that corner part, because I can only see the side of them. But I did hear that some of them were yawning. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Nick. Me too. Oh, okay.
Special courtroom live show as we cover the Sean Combs case, the criminal case out of federal court in New York. I'm Jesse Weber. This is our lunchtime show where we're going to be taking your questions, not only about today's testimony, but anything that has happened so far in this case. There's a lot to break down with what's happening today specifically. So we have alleged victim number 4 on the stand in this racketeering, sex trafficking, prostitution case. This is somebody named Mia, using a pseudonym, testified to being a personal assistant to Sean Combs, that she was abused by him in the past, that she was sexually assaulted by him, and yet today is a continuation of the cross-examination by Sean Combs' defense counsel, Brian Steele. Really questioning her about her resume, past messages she sent to Sean Combs, a lawsuit against Sean Combs, when she worked with prosecutors, really going to the heart of her credibility. So I want to get now a first-hand perspective of this testimony and this cross-examination from Elizabeth Milner, Law&Crime's reporter who's been in that courtroom every single day of testimony, including today. Elizabeth, so good to see you. I want you to lay out for us what the cross-examination looked like. But before we even do that, there's one thing I want to get to specifically. There was a large back and forth last week regarding a video. It might have been a happy birthday video that was going to come into evidence, that wasn't going to come into evidence, the back and forth between the prosecution and the defense that, the defense says, oh, we just saw this video, we just got it. The prosecution, I think, was, raised an objection that you didn't give us advance notice of this. And it goes to the heart of her credibility, the way she's speaking in this video. Real quick, before we move on to the rest of the cross-examination, what is that video I'm talking about? And it was admitted into evidence today, right?
Yeah, it definitely was admitted into evidence today. I was a little kind of confused just about the video per se, because at first when they were kind of talking about the video, they were making it seem like Mia had gotten all these different happy birthday messages from not only herself, but also from loved ones of Diddy too. So I was thinking that it'd be kind of a compilation of just maybe some famous faces, those who are close to Diddy, all saying happy birthday. But for this video that we saw in court specifically, it was a present for Diddy's 44th birthday. And you can see Mia on camera, and it was interesting too, too, because the video that we saw in the gallery, it wasn't Mia's face blurred out. We really saw her her actual face, as we do while we're inside that courtroom. But as far as what she's saying on this video, she's applying lip gloss on this video, kind of getting ready for the camera, and then she calls Diddy things along the lines of he's a big inspiration. She blows a kiss to the camera and pretty much just says happy birthday to him. And so I think, yeah, to your point, Jesse, the defense was trying to have this video in because they say this is Mia's true demeanor. They say what she presented herself in or presented herself on as far as direct testimony goes isn't her true self, that she's kind of playing it up for the jury. But they wanted to introduce this video in pretty badly in order to kind of show that this is the real and true Mia, which is interesting too, because I think even as she's reading her text message she sends either to Diddy or somebody else, that she's kind of saying it in her true voice. She's not kind of speaking in like a meek, soft-toned kind of speech or anything. But for the most part, it was something that the defense definitely wanted in, and they were able to get that video in today.
Yeah, and I know there was a whole back and forth last week about, like you said, her affect. Is she really testifying in her true voice? But, you know, other than just the substance of it, why are you wishing a happy birthday to a man that tormented you and abused you, now, you know, as she claims, sexually assaulted her? So I now want to go into the continuation of this cross-examination. There was a lot that was brought up. Everything from her resume, you know, was she a strong leader who could speak up for herself, past messages she sent to Sean Combs, the lawsuit that she filed against him, when she decided to work with prosecutors, because I think the central theme is that she's only going after Sean Combs for what? Money? So talk to us about what was the substance of the cross-examination today.
Well, the substance of it overall, to your point, Jesse, was kind of all over the place. We were hearing about her resume. We were seeing a bunch of text messages. We were seeing a bunch of, kind of, I would say, a bunch of photos too. But even as far as just the start of it this morning, Mia still kind of presents herself in the same way, keeping her head down while she walks to the witness stand, just walks directly to the witness stand, doesn't make a look at the defense, doesn't look at us in the press, none of that. She just walks to the witness stand, sits down, and then the jury's brought in, and then they continue with her cross-examination. But even for the most part, while Brian Steele was continuing her cross-examination, he doesn't do things like other defense attorneys we've seen do. He doesn't say, hello, good morning, how is you? He didn't do any of that. He really just kind of got right into the exhibits, and then there was kind of an issue on whether or not this exhibit should be shown, and it was just like it seemed like it was taking a little bit forever for things to pretty much get started this morning. But she was asked this morning, where did you attend university? Where'd you go to college? What was your GPA? So after your study abroad, you were an assistant to somebody, and Mia's responding yes to all of this. And then they bring up her resume. They literally showed her resume, obviously not with her real name or anything like that, but of course with Mia written on it. And I was just like, where is this going as far as why they're bringing up a resume that she had did after she completed college and probably when she was applying for this job? Why are they bringing this into evidence? And so they talked about how in her specific bullet points under the descriptions for her job, how she catered to celebrity clients and always addressed their studio needs and kept inventory of all personal possessions, documentation, including passports. So they kind of brought it back to her direct testimony where she was explaining how she was trying to escape Diddy and how Diddy had kept hold of her passport. But Brian still asked her, when you said your passport was being held, that wasn't just your passport, it was everybody's passport. And Mia responded yes. Mia was asked, you take on responsibilities? She said true. You're a leader. She said, she kind of is pausing before she's answering this question, which I thought was pretty interesting because she was like, I don't know how you can really answer that. And then Brian still says, but you tell others to speak up for themselves. Mia says yes. Then we see an exhibit, kind of a zoomed in portion of Mia's resume, how she speaks 4 languages, how she has thick skin. And so I think what Brian Steele and the defense was trying to do was kind of use her resume in a way against her, where it's like, okay, you say you have thick skin, you say you can work these long hours without feeling overworked, and you say that you're this team player and team leader. And so then the defense kind of passes out those binders again with all the exhibits. And so we see Mia recognizing her text message. So those were moved into evidence. So we see text messages from Mia to Diddy first in December 27th of 2018. So this was after Mia was no longer working for Combs Enterprise. Mia says, Merry Christmas. I love you so, so much. Diddy said, same to you. And he responded and sent that message 2 days after Mia sent her initial message. Then a week later, Mia says, Happy New Year's. Then we see another text exhibit of a message from Mia. Text was also after Mia left the job, where she said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, that she had a nightmare that she was trapped in an elevator with R. Kelly and that you came to my rescue. And the you she's referring to is obviously Diddy. And then Brian still asked, so you told the jury that this person who terrorized you, caused you PTSD, was the person who came to your rescue? And there was an objection. It was sustained. Then we see another text exhibit, this one from March 8th of 2019. Mia telling Diddy, sending you all the love in the world, heart emoji. And then the defense is saying you weren't under Mr. Combs's spell then. And she was like, well, I was. It was psychological. It was because Kim had just passed away. I felt horrible. And Brian still is like, ma'am, this death happened 5 months earlier. And she says, yes. Why did you continue reaching out? And so that was kind of the gist of where we were going with it. We saw more text exhibits from March 8th. We saw, or excuse me, not this past March 8th, but we saw text exhibits from March 8th of 2018 or 2019, I believe. We saw a text from New Year's Eve from 2019 from Mia to Diddy. We saw another text May 14th of 2020, a text to Diddy 3 years after Mia had left, where Mia said something along the lines of, Puff, my heart is broken about Dre. You are one of the most influential people. I know it's excruciating. I will always be there. We see another message from Mia to Diddy about Chadwick Boseman's death. Then it just seems like they were just kind of going over text after text after text. And then Mia is asked, you had the capability of carrying around a phone with you. Did you have any recordings of Mr. Combs berating you? And Mia responds, no, he wouldn't allow it. Do you have any texts with family or friends about what Mr. Combs put you through? No, it was all kept a secret. And I felt like the line of questioning was kind of hard to watch at points, right? Because this is alleged victim number 4. This is also, you know, a victim who had talked about how she was sexually abused, sexually assaulted by her boss. But it seems like from the defense's perspective that this didn't even happen, because Brian still would say something along the lines of the supposed sexual assault, or this didn't happen to you. You made all of this up. It was really just that intensive of questioning, or that intensive questioning, I should say. Then we saw an exhibit photo, a text from August 29th of 2020. Mia saying, life is effing insane. It happens for a reason, that I've been tapping into spirituality. Mia's asked, do you have any random notes about you being brutalized by Mr. Combs? And she says, I don't believe so. She's asked, do you have any notes that Mr. Combs was violent towards you and unprofessional towards you? She said, no. Did you write in your notes today that Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you? Mia wrote, no. You sent these messages, and the Me Too movement was strong for 2.5 years, and these messages were sent in 2020. Why didn't you respond, or that you remembered all the bad times that you had with Mr. Combs? Is it because it's not true? And Mia said, I didn't lie in this courtroom. Everything that I said is true. And again, it was a little harsh to kind of watch, because again, it just seemed like from the defense's perspective that they were really kind of painting Mia out to be this liar, that she made things up, that Mr. Combs or Diddy never sexually assaulted her, that these events didn't happen, because why is she sending these text messages saying love you and Happy New Year's, Merry Christmas, and just sending him good wishes even after the fact? And so Mia's asked constantly, why didn't you say that Mr. Combs bamboozled you? And Mia responds, I was still brainwashed. Steele asks, what does brainwash mean? And Mia says, I was in an environment where highs were high. I would try so hard to get back into that good space. I felt like I had done something horrific by going to mediation, like I did something wrong. I was constantly seeking his approval. He was a constant authority figure, the only authority figure that I guess she had. And so to me, and again, Jesse, you know, we cover these types of cases all the time at Law and Crime about why victims don't come forward. And I felt like watching this cross-examination, it felt like this is the exact reason why victims don't come forward. Brian Steele was, quite frankly, very harsh with her. And I think even the government was kind of pointing it out too, because there were some arguments outside of the presence of the jury where the government accused Brian Steele of yelling at her and being sarcastic with her. The judge didn't necessarily see it that way, but I think other people who were in the gallery, maybe not per se the jurors or anything like that, but really we're seeing just kind of like how much is enough when it comes to just questioning an alleged victim about whether things had actually happened. And so it just seemed like it just kept going in and on to the point they were just throwing her old photos at her, her old texts at her. And I was just kind of like, we're still not at the end of it just yet.
Well, let me ask you a question. I heard a rumor that the jurors are responding quite well to Brian Steele, the way he's been cross-examining these witnesses, including alleged victim number 4, Mia. From what you could tell, How were they responding to this cross?
Yeah, so I did hear kind of the same thing on Friday where some jurors, yes, were responding kind of well to the defense. But I will say even today goes, I've heard other reports saying that you could see the jurors yawning and probably like the rest of us probably wondering, okay, where is this going? But I know I saw one comment that was like, we need to get Elizabeth kind of seated on a better side where she can see the jury. But unfortunately, still on the same side where I can only see half of their faces. But to me, it was just kind of the same of what I was seeing kind of from where I am inside that courtroom of just the jurors taking their notes. So I'm not seeing if they're laughing along or yawning or anything like that. But I have heard from other people who do have a better view of the jury that, you know, today seemed like, okay, where are we going with this? How much longer is this witness going to be on the stand? And kind of just all taking it in, everything that's going on with the cross.
Well, there is a lot more that's going to be happening with this cross and also probably redirect. And I want you to have a great seat in the courtroom. So right now, I know your time is limited. Elizabeth, you're going to go back into the courtroom, report to us later up on Sidebar. We'll do a full recap of the day's events. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
But as you know, we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to take your questions regarding this testimony, regarding the cross-examination, regarding the case in general. So submit your questions on YouTube. We'll get them up here. We'll answer them for the next hour. I'm here with Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney, federal litigator. I'm also here with Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney. Or maybe we don't have Joe. Hopefully we get Joe. And I'm also here with Melba Pearson, civil rights and criminal law attorney, former prosecutor. Great to have you here. Joe will get in later. Okay, so I'm made of questions right now because we have a lot of people who are commenting on this cross-examination. Let me go to the first question that we had coming in here. Okay, we'll start with the video. So Melba, you heard that video, that happy birthday video that apparently came in, very consistent with what the defense is doing, trying to question her credibility about her allegations. This is from Never Be. Do you think that the video was, do you think the video was as big of a deal as defense made it to be? Appears to be her giving a shout out for birthday and the film they were working on. In my opinion, it's nothing. Is it nothing, Melba?
Yeah, so good afternoon and always great to be on. And yeah, I agree. It's a bit of nothing because again, the defense has been consistently saying, here's another social media post where you shouted out Diddy. Here's another email or text message where you said something positive to him. So there comes a point where the jury gets the point and now you're beating a dead horse. And when you get to that point, you start to lose points with the jury because they're like, all right, we got it already. Move on to the next thing. You're literally making us stay longer because you keep pounding away at the same point. So I think he already made his point 10 different ways from sunrise with all the different text messages and social media posts and all that. The video is nothing new, doesn't add anything more to what's already been said.
See, but here's the thing, and Alexis, this is not a clean case for the prosecution, right? I know how they're building it up towards racketeering. I know how they're building it up for sex trafficking. They need the jury to believe these key alleged victims. And to have text messages or videos or other witness testimony saying, why didn't they step away? Why were they praising Sean Combs? As Elizabeth reported, there was testimony earlier. There's a lot of different factors that go into why alleged victims stay with the people who abuse them and even praise them and even maintain a relationship with them or have consensual sex with them. But it makes it not a clean case for the prosecution. And the defense is exploiting it as they should. As they should. I mean, that's their job to say there are question marks here. And I wonder, is it a question mark that's going to be enough to raise reasonable doubt about whether or not any of this happened or whether or not, there were willing participants, whether it was consensual, whether or not this was a criminal enterprise? Alexis, I think this is a concern for the prosecution.
I think it's a huge concern. I think from a defense strategy, it was excellent. It's an excellent play. They needed to show, and that video did that she's not this wallflower, this weak person, that's really, and what Brian Steele was doing, and by the way, he's an excellent attorney, was showing that her credibility, attacking her credibility, that she's not this weak person. Look at this video, because the text messages don't necessarily show that. That video nails that down. But there is a big question, even though we have, that this isn't inconsistent with the battered woman syndrome or someone who's been abused, the reaction. However, to a juror, why years later, when she was out of the web, in essence, is she still sending these reassuring, happy texts and videos? Why is that? Is this really a show? Did she make this up?
So now we have Joe Richardson with us, civil rights attorney, to join the conversation. Joe, great to have you here. Let me throw another question in, because a lot of people have questions about this. This is a question from P. Smar. Is this all accumulative, or can you see more than one point they are trying to prove? So I think the question is, from the cross-examination of Mia, is it just, oh, she can't be believed, or are they using this to build a more general defense? Maybe it strikes at the credibility of Cassandra Ventura. Maybe it strikes at the heart of the prosecution's case and how they're bringing these charges. I think they're very selective and very strategic in what they're questioning Mia about, and maybe it goes to a larger point of their defense. What do you think?
Yeah, probably so. Good to be with you, Jesse, and everyone else. Hello. Happy Monday. Yeah, I mean, you're not trying to undermine Mia and leave leave everyone else intact. Leave the other witnesses, where things really started to get going last week, as it pertains to really demonstrating some things that look like crimes, and leave them intact. You want to cast doubt over this entire thing, including the notion that perhaps, to the point that's been made, you know, criminal conspiracy, racketeering, we know that he's a woman beater, etc. But maybe this is a little bit of a square peg in a round hole. Maybe this isn't a criminal enterprise at all, particularly when, just like with everyone else, you've got Mia saying things that are very positive about P. Diddy. You got Mia saying things that are positive about him once she's not working for him anymore. Wait, is he still influencing her? Or was it possibly true, the positive things that she had to say? So yeah, I think you're taking a knack at the whole situation here. So as to say, here are a lot of people that were voluntarily in situations that weren't ideal, and they don't amount to a criminal conspiracy.
Well, let me tell you this. We have a question from Shop Girl, a question to me Jesse, from a criminal defense attorney's point of view, has the prosecution proven any RICO to date? I'm going to give the argument about why I think they have proven it. Now, again, don't know what the jury's thinking. They still have more of a case. They want to really solidify it. It's the top charge, carries life in prison. But if you think about it, first of all, they have to establish there was a criminal enterprise. And when you have the assistants testifying that this was Sean Combs' kingdom, everybody there was to serve it. We had assistants cleaning up the hotel rooms, setting up the hotel rooms, and if you accept this, that the hotel rooms were crime scenes, right? Freak-offs, these coerced sexual episodes that happened in all different locations in all different hotel rooms. Now you're having a criminal enterprise of assistants and staff and bodyguards that are moving together. People who are observing this alleged abuse, particularly of Cassandra Ventura, alleged victim number one, where you have to prove that force, fraud, coercion was used to induce her to engage in these freak-offs, and these assistants do nothing, that they allegedly just allow it to happen. I think that helps. When you have Kid Cudi testify that his car was blown up, arson, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. The prosecution needs to prove at least 2 underlying predicate crimes. So arson there. When you have his testimony and Capricorn Clark, another assistant, say that, Combs kidnapped her using a gun. That's kidnapping, one of the underlying crimes. That drugs were purchased on Combs' behalf or procured on his behalf, and that he had given drugs to people. Drug trafficking is also one of the underlying alleged crimes of racketeering. Bribery, right? The whole 2016 tape that he tried to pay off one of the hotel workers for surveillance footage or to stay quiet, right? That's bribery. You had a witness testify last week that she was reached out to by one of Sean Combs' security guards, and that he reached out to her in 2024, maybe in a way to make sure she doesn't come forward. Can that be intimidating a witness for bribery, for racketeering purposes? And, forced labor, right? The assistants who said that they were forced to work all these different hours under constant threat, intimidation, blackmail. You have Mia saying she was sexually assaulted as his assistant. So, Melba, for me, I think that they've done it. Now, have they proven it, beyond a reasonable doubt? What does the jury think? I can't say that. But I see the building blocks, and I see how they're going to articulate it in a closing argument. Do you disagree or agree?
I fully, wholeheartedly agree with you, Jesse, because I believe the prosecution is doing the building blocks, and they have to tie it all and put a beautiful bow on it in closing arguments. And I think because it seems kind of disjointed, like you have one witness talking about labor aspects, and then you have the forensic person coming on, and then you have somebody else with a video, and then, like it's not as linear as people would want. So I think that's why a lot of folks are having trouble putting this all together. And also, I think, honestly, people don't really understand RICO. And I don't mean that in a mean way, but just from the perspective of many times when we hear RICO, we think mob. And so we're not thinking of it in the context of a music mogul who has been in our, iPhones and our playlists for so many years. We're not thinking of that as a criminal enterprise. You're not thinking, oh, he's running drugs, or, he's basically the El Chapo of the music industry, right? So I think it's hard for people to kind of get their minds around it. But this is going to be a case where closing argument is going to be critical for the prosecution in terms of bringing all these elements together, right, and breaking it down for the jury as to why this is RICO.
They need to sell the fact that he is a mafia boss. And so the more that they talk about this repeated pattern of abusing women, not just Cassandra Ventura, but his assistants and other alleged victims, dangling somebody over a balcony, blowing up a car, breaking into Kid Cudi's house, that's how they sell that narrative. Agree, disagree? Okay, question from Lisa5472. Jesse Weber question, doesn't attacking an SA victim, so a sexual assault victim, look bad to the jury? Why would Steele find it okay to berate Mia? In my opinion, that is overkill by Steele. But I'm going to share this question. I'm going to give it to Alexis. Is it inappropriate for him to do? Is it going to turn the jury off watching him the way he's questioning Mia?
So inappropriate, no. But it is a very good question whether it's going to turn the jury off. I think you got to fill that out. When you go in as an attorney, you really have to feel out how hard you can go at a witness and how the jury may. They may go and say he was re-attacking her, re-traumatizing her, and that they want to protect her. And if they get that feeling, then they're going to lean towards her credibility and believing what she's saying, or it can turn. So it is risky. It's very risky. And interestingly enough, to have a male attorney, it would have been better, in my opinion, if we were going to go at Mia so hard, to potentially have a female attorney, because remember, this was sexual assault by a male.
Yeah, that's true. The other way of looking at it is if we take the rumors as true that the jury is responding quite well to Brian Steele's cross-examination of the witnesses, they may say, you're up, the jury's responding to you. I will say this. This is a great question we just got in from Adriana Cesura. And apologies if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Sura. If they're questioning each witness's credibility, why don't they answer why would all the witnesses lie? They do not get anything personally from a federal case, so why would 15 plus people lie? Joe, that's a good question, right? If we were in the Karen Reed lunchtime hour, the defense would say, oh, because you had this whole network of people who were covering up their involvement in the crime. Of course, they're all going to lie to protect each other. It does become a question. Maybe the jury would have to say, every one of these alleged victims and the witnesses and the assistants, they're all lying because they all hate Sean Combs. They all want money. Is it not believable? Is it not digestible for the jury?
I would say this. Nobody wants this kind of attention. Nobody wants the mark of their existence to be that they testified in the Diddy trial in a situation where this is somebody that at one point you were scared of. But it does kind of remind each and every one of us the whole idea that they're charging him with a conspiracy, but charging no co-conspirators at all. And theoretically, any of these people, depending on the position that they were in, could have theoretically been a co-conspirator because they helped move the criminal enterprise along. So I would not be shocked if there were not discussions that, were perhaps veiled threats or direct threats. Hey, we're trying to figure out who we're going to prosecute, and based on X, Y, or Z, you could be somebody that's prosecuted as well. However, why don't you just let us know what's what, agree to testify, and that will never be a problem. So that's a real question. Sometimes people say, oh, is that a fair question? Doesn't matter if it's a fair question. Is it a real question? Is it a real question that somebody would stand back and say, why would all of these people testify against this guy under these particular circumstances? And you have to deal with that because, among other things, the jury might be thinking about it. The jury's thinking about the motivation. right? I believe Capricorn Clark, she didn't sue for sexual assault, even though she was accused of, hey, you really like Diddy, didn't you, or whatever else. But there was a lawsuit for something else. There was a lawsuit related to the employment issues. So you're thinking about a lot of the WHY as to each of these people testifying, because you're going to use that to butt that up against credibility to see whether or not their credibility passes metal in light of what may have motivated them to be there. So a jury's going to deal with it, and I think that's why it's a good question from anybody else.
A couple of follow-up points on that. Number one, first want to let everybody know that as we're taking your questions, these are phenomenal questions. We're going to keep them coming. As soon as they go back live with testimony, we are going to report it here in real time and break down the questioning in real time and the significance in real time. So stay with us as we do that. But also, number two, Joe, you mentioned questions that need to be asserted of these witnesses. Melba, listen to this. This is from N. Lynn DK. Why can't we send the prosecution questions for the redirect? Not saying they need help, but geez, go harder for the cross's misrepresentation. Do you think they are firm enough?
Yeah, I think they could have brought a little bit more fire, but sometimes, you've got to balance, right? Because again, they're in the room, so they can read the jury, they can read the judge, and those are very critical things that you have to pay attention to as a prosecutor, because if, let's say, you want to push more, but your judge will cut you off, or you have a judge that's like, you get 3 or 4 redirect questions and that's it. You want to be mindful of that and not get yelled at in front of the jury, because that's not a good look, right? Because that impacts your credibility, which also impacts the case. Also, you've got to read the jury. If the redirect is right before it's time for everybody to go home, you still have to do what you need to do for the case, but you also have to be mindful that the jury is antsy and they may be mad and hold it against you that you held them longer for a question that they didn't think was sufficient. So, there may be some on-the-spot decisions that they're making, why they're strategically not going after certain things, or they know they can get that testimony out of a different witness coming up down the pike. So there could be a few things at play here.
Hey, Alexis, from Other Side Green, if found not guilty, can Diddy countersue?
No, Diddy can't countersue if he's found not guilty. So, this is, I think what people are confused.
Why not? Why can't he sue the government? Why can't he sue the people testifying against him? What's the reason? Give us a legal lesson why that's not the case.
Okay, so first of all, there's immunity when you file things in court for the allegations that are contained in that legal document. So that's for starters. But secondly, if we're saying, I'm assuming that the question is with regard to maybe breach of the NDAs. So they've been subpoenaed to come testify. So that kind of throws out that NDA. So he can't sue them for that. Now, could he potentially sue them for something not related to this trial? Let's say that they had a breach of contract or something like that was outside of this testimony, which I'm assuming that the question is regarding almost like false allegations, a suit for that of sorts, is what the question is about, and not something outside of, let's say, a breach of contract for a separate issue.
Okay, got a question here for you, Joe. Rel asks, will the government ask someone to testify if they didn't cooperate with them? It's an interesting question, considering we still have that outstanding question of alleged victim number 3, Gina, whether she's going to show up to testify or not. Did a whole sidebar on that one. Everybody can go check it out on YouTube. But what do you think? Will the government ask somebody to testify if they didn't cooperate with them?
I think it would be very hard in that, if you need somebody to testify, you need them to testify, and therefore you call them as a hostile witness. But I think you'd also be concerned about what they would say, assuming that they couldn't take the fifth, right? Because it's somebody that could be potentially prosecuted or whatever. You're going to draw more bees with honey. And even if these people aren't crazy about the fact that this whole thing is going on, I think they do have a sense as it pertains to their witnesses for what they'll testify to and how they'll build their case based on that. If you fundamentally know that you have a witness that is, quote, recalcitrant or is not going to testify, does not want to testify, does not want to be there, and would testify potentially against your interest, somebody that didn't want to be there to the next level, they have to be very concerned about that, because they would only call them if they absolutely positively needed them and couldn't prove their case without them, because ultimately they might end up losing more than they gained by putting them on.
And that's why each alleged victim that testifies is very important, and the credibility of one might affect the credibility of another, which is why we're seeing all these questions coming in about Mia. By the way, we put a poll up on YouTube. Does Mia continuing to send affectionate messages to Sean affect your belief in her claims of abuse? 30% say yes, 49% say no, and not sure, need more content, 21%. I'm going to get your reaction to that in a minute, Melba, but before we do, want to let everybody know they're back in court. Brian Steele is continuing to question Mia, asks Mia, were you able to review over the break some of your interviews with prosecutors? Yes. And you didn't mention sexual abuse until June 2024. I don't remember the dates. What do you make of that poll, Melba?
Well, hopefully that poll is reflected in what the jury's thinking. But, again, if you're sitting in the courtroom and you're hearing all these horrors that this witness is testifying to, and she's breaking down and she's weeping, the jurors are able to assess her credibility because they're watching her body language. They're watching how she's testifying. They're watching how she's reacting to the prosecution, how she's reacting to the defense. So I think that this poll might be consistent with what people are saying because they're like, listen, this is somebody who's clearly distraught and clearly has gone through hell. And even if you take everything else out of it, just the type of boss he was and just the type of environment that people worked in, and you heard the same things consistently from whether it be the male personal assistant who came on before, whether you heard it from Capricorn Clark, and you kept hearing vestiges of the same thing. So I don't think that it really impacts her credibility, and I think this might be the same as what the jury's thinking. So really interesting question has come up. We have a couple of questions about Gina, alleged victim number 3, and there was a whole back and forth. I think it was 2 weeks ago where Mark Agnifilo, one of the defense attorneys, said she's not coming into the case. There was a whole, this comes after that she couldn't be contacted, her attorney couldn't be contacted. Prosecution still seemed to suggest that she's a part of the case. So we had a question from Soulja Boy. How many witnesses are left to testify? Any updates on witness number 3? I don't believe we have any new updates on witness number 3. And remember, we think this is an 8-week trial, so we're at week number 4. We're like halfway there. But here's a question I'll throw to you, Alexis. This is from Jeannie Forever. Can or should they bring Gina's podcast interview as evidence? And just to give a little bit of context here, I believe what they're referring to is that Gina, and this is based on reporting from the New York Times, Gina, if we believe she's alleged victim number 3, sat down for an interview in 2019 for a YouTube show called Unwind with Tasha K, claimed that Combs physically abused her, stomped her, punched her, very similar to what Cassandra Ventura has testified to, that she was forced to have abortions, that she had texts and notes app posts to corroborate her account. If that's what they're referring to and she doesn't testify, do they bring it in? Can they bring it in, Alexis, or no?
It would be, they'd have to have somebody be able to present it. I don't know, like you're saying that they just came across this another media source. There are ways to bring that in if they need. I'm just not so sure if they want to go that route. It sounds like they already have a lot of witnesses that are pretty much, unfortunately, testifying to the exact same systematic abuse that they sustained. And as was previously brought up by one of the panel members, having a witness and explaining that witness is not there, and this was said, but having a witness that you're forcing to testify can really backfire. It can backfire. And I just do not think, even though there's a lot of focus on victim number 3, I don't think that the prosecution is going to need victim number 3. I think that they're just, because the jury is hearing the same thing over and over again at this point.
Okay, we have an update from court. Brian Steele asks, Mia, did you give all your materials to the government? Answer, I gave them to my lawyer. They gave them to the government. And then look at this one. Not exactly sure what it is. We'll find out. Question for you, Melba. This is from Anthony Rosado. Did the feds use RICO to go after Diddy's income? It would make sense to indict him on domestic violence and drug-related charges, but seems like they want his money also.
I'm not getting that vibe, but maybe I'm missing something. But to me, this seems very much focused on the, a whole sex trafficking, the freak offs. That seems to be the main avenue here. I don't know that there's any allegations that he's getting his money through illicit means. Again, it's pretty well documented that he's got Bad Boy Productions. He's got all these albums that he's released and all of that. He's produced a bunch of people, so money's coming from that. So I don't know that there's a real nexus between his income and illegal activity. But what we are seeing a clear nexus of is his use of his influence and his companies to bully Cassie, to bully other members of staff, to harm other members of staff, things like that. The question is, does that rise to the level of sex trafficking as one of the charges, as well as RICO and, of course, prostitution? So I don't see a money angle here to this.
I'll give you another question. Okay, let me give you a different one. This is from RSS. Considering the violent nature of Combs' crimes, can victims possibly utilize the witness protection programs, or is it too hard due to fame?
That's
interesting questions, right?
Yeah, and I think, for instance, I think the feds have more of that ability to give people witness protection, again, because they have more money and they can obviously relocate people to different states. In the instance of Mia, now remember, we haven't seen her face. So if she needed witness protection, she could probably pretty easily be made availed of that. But also there has to be a realistic threat. So were there threats on some of the witnesses that had been listed to testify? Did they receive, random emails or a random package at their doorstep saying, don't testify? So there has to be, again, some nexus between an actual threat and the need for relocation. They don't just necessarily, you testified in this trial, therefore we're going to give you witness relocation. There has to be some active threat.
Melba, you mentioned something interesting, and we have a question here, Joe, from Tia215 Aisha. Jesse, why is Mia's face out on the media? So look, what happened? I mean, it came out last week, seems to have come up again today. There is apparently this video of Mia where she's wishing Combs a happy birthday. It's being used into evidence. I talked about it with Elizabeth, that it was first, there was an objection to it coming into evidence, came out into evidence. It looks like it's circulating on social media. I'm not entirely sure who's publishing it or who may, or in what capacity, but I've seen a video of it. If this is really her, I see her face. How is it allowed that this would be circulated, Joe? Because again, this courtroom sketches, her face is blurred. I mean, if we want to put them up, we can do it. She's using a pseudonym. I think there's an issue about this. Is there any way that the media would be allowed, or any outlets would be allowed, to show this? If it is a piece of evidence, but to show the unredacted version of it where you see her face and not a blurred out version of her face, I'm not sure I quite understand how that would be possible, Joe.
Well, theoretically, her face is not supposed to be released. This is one part of this is why she's under a pseudonym and everything else, that she's supposed to be protected. That being said, once the cat is out of the bag, the cat's out of the bag. So it's a separate question as to whether or not it ought to be happening versus the notion that it actually is, right? So once it's out there and this is her face, it's speculated to be her face, maybe it is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I can do everything that I want to do to try to undo that, but how do you unring a bell, right? So there is a question as to how this got out, right? And that's something that they're going to have to deal with, but that's separate to the notion that it got out. This is not, you're talking about public and public opinion and et cetera. The judge doesn't get to tell the public, all 200 million of you, just act like you never saw it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like the judge can tell the 12 jurors, hey, disregard the comment that was just made. Disregard this or that and the other. They just said her real name, whatever it is it might be. So, you can't really unring a bell. And so maybe it shouldn't be out there. And presumably it wasn't supposed to be out there. But that being said, somehow, if we have it right, what we see is what we think we see, then it did get out there. And now, she has to deal with it from that standpoint. Doesn't necessarily affect anything going on within the four walls of the court, unless, of course, she somehow feels her safety is more endangered, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because it's out there, if she's heard something about that. But I don't even know that that's necessarily in her space right now.
Alexis, we have an update from court. So Brian Steele, Sean Combs' defense counsel, one of many, is obviously cross-examining Mia. Says, in these notes, did you raise sexual abuse to the prosecutors? There's an objection of improper refreshment. It's overruled. Did you raise it in January 2024? Definitely not in the first meeting. Does that hurt her credibility? Because again, they're saying there's no evidence of this, right? You didn't put it in your text messages. You didn't tell anybody you were sexually abused. You didn't tell Cassandra Ventura, your close friend, who allegedly was engaged in similar abuse, right? You didn't raise it to Cassandra Ventura. You didn't raise it in your first meeting. Does this go to her credibility, or has our understanding of sexual abuse and victims and their behavior changed where this is not so strange?
Under the circumstances, Jesse, I think at that point in the interviews and stuff, that maybe in the first interview, it would be reasonable that it would have been raised. Because I think that her not putting it in her notes, her behavior with regard to the videos and the text message to Diddy, I think those go along with someone that had been battered or sexually assaulted. That doesn't really, but why she didn't raise it up later when all these allegations were already flying around, it does raise a little question to me. The fact that she filed just for the employment issues in the civil case, that doesn't cause me as much concern because, an attorney would probably have said to her, that's going to be easier because really keeping the documents for employment issues is on the employer and not on her. So I understand that strategy, but this, I think the jury is going to say, well, why is it now you're raising it up? And we can understand why you were continuing communication with Diddy, but now why don't we have this? It's cumulative. It really is cumulative.
I said it before. Let me tweak it a little bit. Do I think that the prosecution is making out a case of RICO? Sure. But to add to what you're saying, this is not a clean prosecution. This is not a straightforward case. Aside from the fact, Melba, you mentioned, I'm going to throw a question to you that kind of answers this. So complicated, right? Sex trafficking, racketeering. It's not like you have a shadowy organization that's kidnapping, girls from another country, shipping them out to clients. This isn't Taken, where, you can easily understand what it's about. It's weird. It's weird. Aside from meeting all the elements of racketeering and sex trafficking, which is tough to prove, it's these kinds of things with the alleged victims and the Cassie Ventura messages and allegedly setting up freak-offs that don't make it a clean prosecution, and why the prosecution needed to bring in forensic psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes to explain to the jury why alleged victims engage in behavior that would look inconsistent with their claims. But this is an important question. This is from Yvonne Romero. I'm going to throw it to you, Melba. Because it's so complicated, does the jury have an attorney to consult with during their deliberation? They can't access the internet, and I feel like I would have questions, information I would like to have if it were me.
Yeah, that would be, well, that's interesting. I don't know if that would be a good or a bad thing if it happened in reality. But no, the jury does not have an attorney to be able to consult with. What happens is at the end of the case, you listen to both sides' closing arguments, and then the judge gives jury instructions. You're able to take the jury instructions back into the jury room with you to deliberate, and it sets forth all the different elements of all the charges that are involved. And then you go based on your recollection, based on your notes, and you debate back and forth from there. If you have questions, it's mostly questions about the evidence. They can't get into anything like, explain the law on this more or anything like that. That's what the jury instructions are supposed to be for. They're supposed to be clear enough that people can just take them, read them, and then compare that based on the evidence that they heard and their recollections from the courtroom. They can have certain aspects of the testimony read back to them, because obviously you may not remember what was said in week 1 and it's now week 4 or week 5 that you're doing deliberations. But no, you don't have an attorney that you can ask questions to or anything like that.
You got to pay attention to those jury instructions. Very, very important in this case. Closing arguments are going to be very, very important in this case to really summarize everything, fit it up or not fit it up to the elements of each crime. Okay, update for you. In court, Mia says, I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely didn't raise it in the first meeting, again, regarding her allegations of sexual abuse. And then she said, and Brian Steele asks, and in this next document that you just reviewed, the judge says, just ask her if her recollection is refreshed. Mia says no, not to the specifics. And then we have a poll up should the 2013 birthday video showing Mia praising Combs have been allowed as courtroom evidence? Yes, 43% gives context to the relationship. 57% no, irrelevant to the abuse claims. Very, very interesting. Also, further update from court. Brian Steele asks Mia, you never mentioned sexual abuse until you hired lawyer Sean Crowley. I have no idea when I first mentioned it, except that it was after I had representation. You intend to sue Mr. Combs for compensation. You want money? Mia says no. Joe, that raises an interesting point. You know, when Cassandra Ventura took the stand and she was questioned about her lawsuit, I was of the opinion, I don't think that really goes against her credibility because she had filed the lawsuit and settled with Sean Combs and then cooperated with the government. Like, what would she have to gain by cooperating with the government now if she didn't have this ongoing lawsuit? And they can make the argument, oh, a guilty verdict would definitely help you. You know, she already had her suit. You know, why would she cooperate with the government, put her testimony at play, have to share these details with a jury in a courtroom and for the world at large? But when you deal with this and you deal with Mia and potential, you know, financial motivations, is it different? Is it different, Joe?
Yeah, that is an interesting question, right? To your point, Cassie could have been great going off into the sunset and going and living her life because she got her case settled within, 24 hours after filing the case. And so therefore, to your point, her case is over. She doesn't have a case to bolster or to make better by her testimony. On the other hand, Mia, someone else, that would testify that there was sexual assault, may be better off. Now, that being said, the other side to it is that when you consider the standards of proof, Puffy could get off in this case. Diddy could get off in this case because he has to be proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt, but still be very much on the dole as it pertains to many of these 80 or so civil cases because it just needs to be more likely than not. I mean, if I'm stepping back and I'm just talking about the potential for sexual assault, that's a little bit more likely, just like domestic violence, which we already know is there, as opposed to him running a criminal enterprise. So I think the answer to that and being a racketeer, the answer to that notion is that, okay, you're better off for proving this case. Yeah, for sure. But, she's not a whole lot worse off if the case isn't proven because the nature of the beast is so different in civil court versus criminal court. So I don't know that she puts herself through that for just this reason because in all likelihood, if she has a case, it doesn't necessarily go away just because they don't convict him here.
Got another update from court. Brian Steele asks Mia, who have you worked for since? Mia responds, Madonna. For how long? 8 months from April 2019. When you did that, did Mr. Combs assist you in getting that job? Absolutely not. Okay, Alexis, we have a question for you. This is from Legs7K. Hi, Jesse and guests. A question for Alexis. What's her take on the defense questioning on week 4? Have they taken the gloves off, so to speak?
On week 4, well, I think the defense had taken the gloves off before. I think that we might be confusing that on cross. On cross, a lot of times it's going to come across as taking the gloves off because your job as a defense attorney is really to break down the testimony that they had on direct. And sometimes that comes across really harsh. Now, as a defense attorney, you can soft serve it, I call it, where you kind of take, like had been mentioned before, where somebody will say, hi, how are you? And they take the friend approach. That's not Brian Steele's approach pretty much ever. So I do think that they are coming at this witness, but I think that they have to come at her hard.
Yeah, they have no choice. Because, and by the way, this goes to something else. If you could turn the jury off. Well, I wonder if the defense will say, or just something for everybody to think about. Imagine for a moment, Sean Combs is completely innocent of every single allegation. And they are saying, you have people falsely accusing him. You have the government falsely accusing him, right? These people are going after him. Of course, we are going to question her very, very strongly. We believe our client is completely innocent of all this. How would you expect us to question the person that's ruining his life? That's another way to look at it. I don't know if they'll say that, but just something to think about. Okay, I have an update. Melba, I'm going to throw this to you. So Brian Steele says to Mia, so you were not blacklisted? No. No retribution? He took away the TV show, the credit I was promised. You told the jury you were surprised you were let go, right? I did. You were let go for drinking? No. Why is this so important to get to this idea of whether or not she was retaliated against, or whether or not Sean Combs could use his power to blacklist her in the industry? Why is this so important for this case and this line of questioning, Melba?
So there are a few things to unpack here. First off, I think that Brian Steele is trying to go after her credibility in terms of drinking. So when he's talking about, do you think that it could have been consensual intercourse that you had with Diddy, not non-consensual? He's basically trying to put the image in the jurors' minds that, well, she was drunk and she drinks all the time. So of course she doesn't remember whether or not she consented, and she could be making all this up because she's a messy alcoholic. That's the argument I think that he's trying to set up. And then he's also trying to minimize the amount of power that Diddy has in the industry. So in other words, everyone is saying, oh my gosh, I was afraid of being blacklisted. I was afraid of all these things. I was afraid he was going to destroy my career. But in fact, none of those things happened. So was that really their perception? Are they just saying that now to kind of explain their actions? So they're trying to make him not seem as Machiavellian, like he had control over everything and everyone in the industry. Like, no, they can go get other jobs. They can do other things. They were just fine. They chose to stay. So it's going at credibility, it's going at reality, and also in a way trying to basically bring Diddy down a peg that he's not this Machiavellian evil character. He's just, much to your point, Jesse, he's just an average guy who, yeah, he had some bad relationships, but, he's not a trafficker and he's not a kingpin.
Yeah, because blackmail, intimidation, threats, those all go to sex trafficking. Those all go to racketeering. Another update from court. Brian Steele asks Mia, you remember Miss Ventura's video called Official Girl? Yes. And King of Hearts and her song with Nicki Minaj, The Boys? Yes. And Nicki Minaj is well known? Yes. We'll see where this goes. Got a question for you. We're talking a little bit more, again, taking your questions right now in real time, but I got a question for Joe about this. This is from Etcha Palante. Joe, is it possible that witnesses could be called to testify to substantiate how Diddy's relationship with Kim Porter potentially mirrored what happened with Cassie and other victims?
I guess theoretically so. The first thing that I would say, though, is amongst the parties, they should already know who's being called to testify, unless you need to call someone as a rebuttal witness, right? The second thing is that, condolences to Kim Porter, but I don't know that you really want to focus on someone that's no longer here. Because, I don't know that any of it has come through in the trial, but there's been this whole larger conspiracy thing that, Kim Porter has died and Andre Harrell has died and all these other people around Diddy have died, and Al B. Sure almost died. So I don't know that that's on anybody's mind and that it's coming into evidence at all, but I don't think that she adds enough really talking about, and it has to come in some other way. It wouldn't come in from her anyway, in order for them. Just too many questions and too much, disconnectivity and maybe even negativity, so that the prosecution, I don't think that they're better off by making a presentation that goes through Kim Porter at all, that goes through someone that's not here, because you can control how someone is here. And in a worst case scenario, maybe it even makes people a little bit sympathetic that the love of his life is not around anymore.
Well, the way she's come up so far in this trial is, did the alleged victims of Sean Combs reach out to him after she died, right? Question about their credibility, but also whether or not Kim Porter was a source of jealousy for Cassandra Ventura. And there was testimony that Diddy had said, Kim was really the love of my life, and that's what ended the relationship between him and Ventura, trying to frame this is a relationship not of a sex trafficker and a victim, but a domestic violence relationship. It was a relationship between him and Cassandra Ventura that was filled with jealousy and anger and love, things that we see in a lot of different relationships, and not necessarily criminal, but toxic, and also maybe goes to the motivations of Cassandra Ventura. Okay, here is a good question. Melba, I'll throw this one to you. Old Hollywood Angels asks, can Diddy still be offered a second plea deal, or is it too late?
I don't think it's ever too late. The question isn't a matter of practice, but practically, yeah, you can offer a plea up until the jury goes in to deliberate. I mean, and I've had instances where that happened because, well, the state finished, as the prosecution finished the presentation, and it came even more solid and came across even better than the defense had anticipated. Now they're like, we're better off taking a plea. So it is possible. Do they want to at this point? Probably not, because again, you've got the optics to think about. But if you're not necessarily convinced that you've won the jury over, you may want to offer that plea.
We have an update in court. Brian Steele asks Mia, and Miss Ventura did the song Numb with Rick Ross. She did. And I Love It with Fabulous? Yes. And do you remember Miss Ventura being in studio with Kid Cudi? I don't remember the specifics. And Mr. Combs himself? Yes. Which goes to another important question. Again, whether Ventura's career was sidelined because of Combs or other reasons, or whether she had opportunities. But Alexis, this is a really good question from Skitlanta Commentary. And this came up during Mia's testimony about whether or not she spoke out. Did she not speak out? Do you believe the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement, had a lot of them confused? They couldn't say anything with the conjunction of the power dynamics Diddy had? It's a good question. What do you think, Alexis?
I think a lot of times when people sign NDAs and they're not attorneys, or they don't have an attorney that reviewed it beforehand, they are confused about what they can and cannot say and when they can't say it, because they're not attorneys and they're being asked to sign this. Also, a lot of times NDAs will be written intentionally, have stuff in there that if the attorney who drafted it knows that if they were pressed in court, probably it's over expansive, and that the court would say, no, it goes too far. So, but people who aren't attorneys will look at it and they'll reread it and say, oh, it says this, I can't do it. And there's a penalty of some sort that is huge to them that they wouldn't be able to pay. So it does keep people from actually going out and saying things generally when there's an NDA. And that's the real purpose of it. You really don't want someone breaking the NDA and having to go after them. You want to stop them from saying what you're trying to stop them from saying.
Joe, we got a question here from Kay. Do you think he knew all along that what he was doing could be criminally charged, and so he purposely made sure Cassie paid for all of the escorts so he could keep his hands clean?
I don't know that Diddy thought very hard about saying, well, here are the things that I'll do. I'll have Cassie pay for this. I'll have this thing happen and that thing happen. So it couldn't be alleged to be a criminal enterprise. I think he's pretty surprised he ended up getting prosecuted because, among other things, the last time he was prosecuted, it wasn't successful, even though there's an argument that it could have been or would have been. And in any event, it wasn't on RICO. 10 years ago, they weren't prosecuting music guys on RICO, as far as I can remember. And so I think he's surprised on some level. I think that there is some level of invincibility, which is why some of the things that were done relatively in the open. And he thought he could, get to hotel managers and get to assistants and people to keep things from getting out. So I don't think that he looked to and around the corner and said, I will do thing X, Y, or Z to keep from having a racketeering charge brought against me, because among other things, I think he believed it was his town. New York loved him. People loved him. He knew everybody from the president on down. And so I think this has got to be a surprise to him on some level, or in any event, he did not believe that anything would happen to him criminally that he could not handle.
He got the key to the city. But not even that. I think that he legitimately believed he was going to make bail. I think that that's why he surrendered himself to New York. I think he was shocked he didn't make bail. And if he had made bail, I think this case would have been pushed years down the road. He would have tried every which way, house arrest. But one of the reasons I think he rushed to trial is because he doesn't want to spend one more minute behind bars. Okay, this is a great question that I don't know who to send this to. You know what? I'll do it to Alexis. Denitsa Lazarova. When constantly attacked during Cross, aren't witnesses saying why they kept working for P. Diddy and kept sending him sweet texts throughout? The psychology behind it is so obvious. Why the constant attack?
Well, they're trying to discredit what's being said. The defense is trying to say that it was not said, that it doesn't make logical sense. If somebody was scared and they'd been threatened and they had, that they'd been overworked and forced labor and all of these really bad things, then why would you go and send years later? Because we're talking years later with Mia. Why would you go and send this video or these text messages? And I think for some jurors, they're hoping the defense is they're going to ask that question, even though the psychology may be clear to the individual asking the question, and we've had testimony about it. It's not so clear cut. That's the problem with this case, like mentioned before. They're saying this is relationship. Usually when you had kidnapping and, human trafficking and forced labor, they're not dating. We don't have we don't have previous relationships, or we don't have long-term relationships. It's maybe like an isolated event situation.
Update from court. Sean Combs' defense counsel, Brian Steele, says the TV show you mentioned, what was it to be about? By the way, this is what I believe she had said that Combs basically derailed for her. My experience, how a person from a small town dealt with a person such as Mr. Combs, a comedic version. Okay, this is for you, Melba. This is from LL. Can a court restrict courtroom access if someone keeps exposing the identity of a protected or anonymous witness?
Yes, but I think the goal is to make sure the person doesn't get exposed to begin with. So I think the judge is going to have to step up in terms of making sure that these little feed glitches stop. Because remember, the judge is in charge of everything that goes on in that courtroom. What media come in, who doesn't come in, if he's going to close the courtroom and just leave it jurors and the witness only, any of that, that's all up to the judge for the most part. So I don't even think it's a matter of, okay, we got to clear the courtroom, this and that. It's make sure that the feed stops showing her face and that it doesn't happen again.
Melba, I want to throw one more question to you. This is from RSS. Whatever happened to Jonathan Oddie? Now, we dedicated a whole sidebar episode to this is the guy who allegedly shot up a Trump property in 2018. And at the time he was interviewed by authorities, he said out of nowhere that he's a sex slave of Sean Combs and Cassie, that he signed a $5 million settlement. At the time, everybody was like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Years later, even at this trial, he comes up. Cassandra Ventura testified about him being one of the people that allegedly engaged in these freak-offs, and whether or not he was connected to footage that he might have had that he was going to release. Bottom line was, I think people look at it, we also dedicated another sidebar to it, that a lot of what he said might have been backed up. There was even reporting from the Daily Mail a couple weeks ago that there was a photograph of a signature page of a settlement agreement that might have been signed by Sean Combs where he was paid $5 million. And, you look at some of the receipts at the time, he might have been spending the money, Jonathan Oddie. So a lot of what he said arguably was corroborated. What do you think happened to Jonathan Oddie? You think he's going to play a role in this case as we go forward? You think we're going to hear the testimony from Jonathan Oddie, Melba?
Yeah, I don't think we'll be hearing from him. First off, he has pending criminal charges, to the best of my knowledge. I don't think that that's fully been resolved. So now that's a credibility issue. So you're going to put somebody on the stand who may be in custody. Do you put them on in the orange jumpsuit? Do you, how do you even approach that? And if you can get that testimony, or at least similarly impactful testimony from other witnesses that are less tainted, why are you going to bring him into the mix? And he may have given varying or contrary statements in the past. Like, we don't know what else comes with that box of chocolates. So he may want to just leave well enough alone and focus on who they have that doesn't have a criminal history, that can be a bit more sympathetic or perceived to be more sympathetic or believable to the jury.
Okay, and by the way, you have some sex workers who've testified, and you wonder how beneficial they are to the overall case. I mean, Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, said, everything I observed, everything looked consensual. I never saw any kind of discomfort. And I think you wonder whether or not he was just there to testify, hey, freak-offs actually happen. I mean, the prosecution has to prove that they happen, right? So he might have been beneficial there, maybe not beneficial in the overall case about a lack of consent. So this is interesting. This is interesting. We have an update from about what's going on in court. Brian Steele asks, what other films do you work on? Mia said, Dope, Lawless, Undefeated. You enjoyed the projects? Yes. And you called The People a second family? We all called it that. Combs says, you thought Mr. Combs was a genius at the time. You wanted to continue to work with Mr. Combs, right? I wanted to continue following my dream. What do you think the jury is taking away from that back and forth, Joe?
You know, there's a question. I mean, the defense is really hammering on her that there's just entirely too much of a love fest going on, including after she's not working with him anymore. And this lends to that, right? You know, she was apparently despondent, threatening to kill herself once she heard that the film company was going to be broken down, if I remember correctly. And so is she really somebody that's just, you could imagine a little bit of someone that's being victimized or some amount of someone being victimized, still kind of being in denial about, looking at the bright side of particular things or whatever else. But she goes out of her way so much, calling these people family, going out of her way, doing over and above, and then put that together with the fact that the first time she talks with the, with the prosecutors, et cetera, that the sexual assault doesn't come up. You want to mix all this up if you are on cross, Brian, what he's doing, mix us all up and really just taint her credibility entirely. Like, how is it that this person has so many positive things to say about Diddy, more so than they would? I mean, this isn't even explained by the psychologist, testimony before. Like, this person is going absolutely, totally overboard and using more and more examples. But of course, maybe to the point that that was made even earlier as I was coming in, there's some such thing as doing too much of that too, and beating a dead horse. And so they've got to, on their cross, examine, and look at and calibrate on how much of this really proves the point for the jury and minimizing her credibility, and then move on.
Alexis got a poll up. Listen to these poll numbers, right? And by the way, the polls are very interesting that we put up on YouTube from our viewers. We don't know if they're, representative of what the jury might be feeling, but here's the poll. If people around Combs allegedly witnessed abuse and didn't react, what does that say to you? 93%, Alexis, said that he had a culture of enablers and fear, and 7% say the abuse may not have happened. Wow, that's a drastic discrepancy now.
Well, I agree with the poll. I think he did was surrounded by enablers, but listen, the element is an enterprise. So there would be an argument that they were part of the enterprise, and that's why they didn't do anything to stop, what was going on. But getting back to Mia and him coming, continuing Brian Steele to come at him, I think it's important to note, you can have someone who is sexually assaulted and they may not like that person, but still feel admiration for them because they think they're a smart business person or, whatever that may be. I think there's a division there. And I agree with you, Jesse. I think Brian Steele, it's kind of like, beating a dead horse, that he needs to back off and maybe move on. I think that he has established from what we've heard that it was a very conflicted relationship, that in one instance, that she, did feel some sort of admiration for him, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he allegedly sexually assaulted her, forced her to work, and all the other allegations. You can have both at the same time.
Joe, I'm going to go back to you because this is a similar question I asked you last time. This is from Carson Christine. Questions. Could the amount of deaths that have happened around Diddy, Big, Pac, Kim, could that be brought into this case?
I think it's hard to bring it into the case, other than what you've heard about Kim Porter and going through another window in terms of trying to demonstrate Cassie's jealousy, et cetera. No, but it shouldn't come in. I think that would be entirely way too prejudicial. There's no proof that all of these other people that are outside of the case that he's helping kill or he's making sure that they don't stay around, or that maybe he, fulfilled a promise, fulfilled a threat, etc. I just think that that's going to be a bridge too far, and that would never have been allowed, even if it was attempted. And so I wouldn't expect anything as it pertains to all of these other people. The real large 25,000 foot conspiracy theory that everybody talks about, I don't think that.
Well, can this come in? How about this? This is for you, Melba. This is from Poke and Pull. Can the prosecution use questionable lyrics Diddy used in any of his music? We've seen that happen in other cases before. You think it's going to come out now?
That's an interesting one. And I'm trying to go through mentally my former playlist, because I deleted it once I found out all this foolishness with him. Like what applicable lyrics would work. But, I suppose if there's something really on point, especially in terms of his views on women, how he treats women, something like that, or if he has a lyric that really, sheds more light on freak offs or something like that, maybe. Of course, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of lyrics that talk about, this is my crew, this, whatever, that kind of thing. That doesn't necessarily say scream enterprise. But off the top of my head, I'm literally going through every song, and I keep coming up with Biggie lyrics, so that doesn't exactly help. Because I wanted to give an actual example. If I think of something before the end of the show, I'll definitely bring it up. But I think it would be tough because, again...
Oh, no. Right as Melba was talking about lyrics and whether or not they could be used, and we're talking about conspiracy theories, it just so happens your feed froze. Melba, how convenient. What are you not? What
He's everywhere. He's everywhere.
They don't, people, you're giving us the answers. They're trying to shut you, not have everybody hear. You're back with us, Melba. So what you were saying.
Okay, so yeah, sum and substance, it's not the same type of thing where it's a homicide case and then there's lyrics that speak of homicide and there's a direct nexus. It's more like, well, he's talking generally about his crew. Does that mean like it's an enterprise, or does it mean it's a bunch of friends that hang out every weekend? So I don't know that there's going to be a direct line, but if I can think of a line that would apply, I will definitely share.
Okay. Got an interesting update. And you see, we always make sure that nobody silences Melba on this show. Okay, here's Brian Steele asks Mia, do you, if Mr. Combs' company put more money into promoting Miss Ventura than any other of its artists? I didn't absorb everything. Who is Jason Wiley? He worked for the record label in budgeting, right? So as we go to final thoughts here, Alexis, they're basically saying, right, what was the degree to which he was, a detriment to her career, and was, I guess in the more extreme version, keeping her as a sex slave and not, allowing her to make any kind of income, and using financial pressure and control to force her into sex trafficking. I mean, I guess that's where they're going with this. They're trying to pour water on it, right?
Well, exactly, Jesse. They're trying to dilute it and saying, oh, well, you had this fear, but it wasn't true. He really wasn't doing that. And that's kind of a double-edged sword, because if he was making statements or making her or doing things to make her feel that he was going to do that, that's really enough. He did the threat of it. He doesn't have to actually on the back end go and totally destroy her. So, but I think that's where they're going with that testimony.
All right, as we get some final thoughts here, by the way, I have a sidebar coming out later where I asked, will Christina Coram testify? She's come up a lot during the course of this trial. This is Combs' purported right-hand woman. If you're talking about a racketeering conspiracy and people who helped further this illegal activity, you wonder whether or not she will play a role, whether or not if she does testify she was granted some sort of protection, or maybe she's an unknowing alleged cooperator in what happened and just was somebody who can help corroborate some of what we've already heard. Joe, any thoughts on Christina Coram's role in all this, or alleged role?
Yeah, not sure. I mean, we'll know once it comes across, really. But, it's a double-edged sword when you hear about someone a whole lot and one side or the other really thinks that it's going to help them quite a bit. And if it's not planned and it's not together, then you always run the risk of putting them on, that maybe it doesn't end up being what it needs to be. I think the issue that they have, that the prosecution has, is that this case was always putting a square peg in a round hole. Diddy does not look, whether one thinks he ought to look like a criminal conspirator and a racketeer, he doesn't look like one. You have to create that case. He's not in a gang. He's not, a master criminal or known as such or whatever else. And so now you're trying to put the pieces together, and it's undermined by people that really admire Diddy at the same time they allege that he did things to them. And so now, the jury has to work through all of that and see how well prosecution can actually put all this together. But it is not a clean case, as has been said so many times. And that's all the more certain with the testimony that with Mia's testimony. I still think Capricorn Clark is the best witness so far because she doesn't have a dog in the fight quite the same way. But it underscores the difficulty that they're going to have with convicting them, particularly a guy that's well-liked.
So Melba, I'm going to give you the final thoughts here. I'm going to ask you, who do you think, as we began week 4, who do you think is winning this case? Because there are a lot of different factors here. We've heard a lot of testimony. It is the prosecution's case right now, so there is an advantage, but you're hearing the intense cross-examination. And by the way, we're going to do a sidebar later on where we're having Elizabeth Milner on. She's going to break down everything that happened in court, not only so far, but what happens now after this lunch hour, all the cross-examination, what we're going to hear from Mia. So who do you think's winning this case right now, Melba?
Right now, I think it's the prosecution because of the fact that they have so effectively sullied Diddy's reputation. We have heard things that are so vile that it completely shatters any image we may have had of him. So in terms of the long game, even if he ends up not being convicted, he's not going to walk back into Hollywood or the music industry the same way ever again. But in terms of the criminal case, I think that the sex trafficking charges have been well proven. I think that the prostitution charges have been well proven, and the prosecution is on their way to proving the racketeering aspect. So I think this is the prosecution's case to, I think they're going to win at this juncture. I think they're winning at this juncture.
All right. We shall see. Alexis Rosenberg, Joe Richardson, Melba Pearson, expert, great panel. Thank you all so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Thanks much.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for your amazing questions, your support. We love you guys. We are going to continue to be putting out these lunchtime shows every day. Because there are no cameras in that courtroom, because there are no audio recording in that courtroom, we are doing our best to be your eyes and ears, to break down these issues in real time, to get you as much information about this case, because it is an important case. It is a case of high interest and clearly a lot of opinions about it. So we will continue to do it for you. Thank you so much. I'm Jesse Weber. We'll see you next time.